song is dedicated to my grandmama. I remember when I was a little boy. You see, grandmama, yeah, took me to church. Oh, the preacher, he was preaching about the goodness of the Lord. Yes, he was. You know what? He got praying. The choir was singing in the house of the Lord. Can I say that again? Listen. I remember, yeah, when I was a little boy. You see, my old daddy, you know what she did? Took me to church. Oh, the preacher, he was preaching about the goodness of the Lord. Oh, yes, he was. The deacon was praying while I was singing in the house of the Lord. Oh, yeah. Come on, I'm glad to be here in the house of the Lord. Anybody feel like that tonight? Are you glad? Oh, just to be in the house. Somebody started shouting, and I didn't know what was going on. Then I heard something moving deep down in my soul. Deep down in my soul. Yeah, you know what I did? I asked Grandmama what was going on. She said, it ain't nothing but the Holy Ghost in this house. Good God. That's why we can say here, Lord, I'm glad. Anybody glad to be here? Get your hand right now. I'm so glad to be here in the house. Wait a minute. Now, come on and play for me. Spanky, are you out there? Play that thing. You ought to be glad to be in this house. Nothing but joy. Oh! Mighty glad, y'all. Hey! House of the Lord. And when I got here, well, he got light. I begin to praise him in this house. I want to hear those hands. We're in the house of the Lord. I don't know no how to play, but in this house, I joy. In this house, the peace. It's in this house. Love, 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 Keep on clapping them hands. Come on and help me. You hear? You didn't have to pay to come here. Praise him.
When I think of what you've done and how you gave your only son, 'cause you deserve the glory, and you deserve the praise, and you deserve the honor. Oh, you're worthy of it all. Ooh, I love you, Lord. When I think of what you've done and how you gave your only son, I can't claim your majesty. I can't explain your mysteries. You deserve the glory. You deserve the glory. All my praise. You deserve the honor. Whoa, you're worthy of it all. You are worthy, so worthy. You're worthy. You deserve it all. The high praise I'll raise always. You'll never change. Lord, you deserve it all. You're worthy, so worthy. Lord, you deserve it all. The highest praise. Your love never changes. You deserve it all. When I think of what you've done and how you gave your only son, I can't claim your majesty. I can't explain your mysteries. You deserve it.
Is that a faucet running?
That's not a faucet. That's a river rushing through the forest. Forest rivers provide over 100 million people with clean water to drink.
What? I can't hear you because of the vacuum.
That's not a vacuum. That's the trees in the forest cleaning up the air we breathe.
I didn't know the trees were so amazing.
Yep, and the forest gives us shade, trees to
That's
climb.
awesome. Let's go explore some more.
Visit the forest today and enjoy all it does, just for you. To learn more about the forest and find one near you, go to discovertheforest.org.
Hello,
Brought to you by the U.S.
WEHA
Forest
listeners.
Service and
This
the
is
Ad
Lisa
Council.
Diane Hall, General Sales Manager here at WEHA 88.7 and 100.3 FM, where we have gospel and we have talk. We'd like to thank you for listening and sincerely appreciate your continued support over the last 10 years. Thanks to all of you, WEHA is now a 2-time Stellar Award-winning gospel radio station with a recording studio right here in your local community. As the newly appointed General Sales Manager, it is my goal to share my 20 years of experience in broadcasting and marketing with your church, business, or organization. I am pleased to announce WEHA's new community branding partnerships, where you have the opportunity to be heard on all of WEHA's platforms, including 2 FM bands, WEHA WeHaveGospel.com, and all of WEHA's social media pages, including Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, and YouTube. WEHA is currently seeking new Sunday morning programming and new talk shows. For more information or to arrange a WEHA studio tour, you can reach me, Lisa Diane Hall, at WEHA Studios at 609-641-8870. That's 609-641-8870. WEHA is Christ-centered, community-focused, and listener-supported.
This is Kaleem Shabazz, third ward councilperson in Atlantic City. The change of government is being decided now. Atlantic City voters have received your ballots in the mail. Please vote no and return your ballot in the mail as soon as possible. Dear Atlantic City voters, please know that the change of government is a scam, a hoax, and a trick. The scam is to take away your direct vote for mayor to give outside interests control. Please vote no. The hoax is that there is no real local support for this cooked up scheme. Please vote no. The trick is that only 6 municipalities out of the 565 in our state have this 1923 form of government. Please vote no. Protect our rights, protect our future. Join me in voting no on the change of government. Vote no. Fill out your ballot and mail it in as soon as possible. Thank you.
Ordered and paid for by friends of Kaleem Shabazz. I'm Jail Shabazz, Treasurer.
I can't help but wonder what is happening.
Yes, the world is in a slumber, full of hopeless things. Is there anybody listening? Are you listening? You gotta keep the faith, oh my. Oh, the hurt that hinders, it will fade away. Yes, it will now.
But I know someone who will come for you. And when your hope is gone, he will bring you through. Yeah, yeah. If we come together hand in hand,
Hand in hand.
if we stand, I believe, I believe, I believe, I believe, I believe, I believe, I believe. Take a chance from me. Just put it all in God's hands. Put it in His hands. I believe He will.
God has not given us a spirit of fear, but a power and love and a sound mind. Come on.
Famine and diseases, yo, they plague our land today. Violence that is needless, 'cause there is so much hate. There are many questions, yeah, that often take place, yeah.
Searching for an answer, yeah. But we must keep the faith, yeah.
But I know someone that will comfort you.
And when your hope is gone, He will see you through. If we come together, let's make a difference, y'all. I believe we will. I believe we can.
I believe we can, yeah.
Now, I don't know about you, but I believe in a God who could use this. I believe the children's still the future. I believe a God who renews us. I believe if He parted seas, this disease gotta bow to the ruler.
So many young constantly dying from the hand of disease, taking breath from their bodies alive. It's time to let them see, and we can make it if we can see. There will be better days if we just believe.
Hope's not gone.
So keep holding on.
Yes, we
my face and turn from their wicked ways, I will forgive their sins and heal their land. For their young sister in South Africa, for their young brother in Nigeria, for my brothers and sisters in New York City, God is still in the healing business. Let's come together.
Deacon Hawks, also known as El Presidente, and I am here in the studio. That's right, live in the studio. We're bringing you the best in gospel music, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. We are Gospel 88.7 WEHA, and we are indeed Christ-centered, community-focused, listener-supported. You can listen on 88.7 FM or 100.3 FM Atlantic City, or log on to our website, which is wehavegospel.com. That's right. Or you can download the app, the We Have Gospel app. That's right. Take WEHA everywhere you go. My name is Deacon Hawks once again, also known as El Presidente, and I'm hanging out with you for a little while, and we're going to continue to bring you the best in gospel music heard anywhere around the world. And of course, you just heard the sounds of Come Together featuring everybody, and that's written and produced by South Jersey's own Rodney Darkchild Jerkins. Amen. And we heard from him on last week, and since then the project has definitely just blew up and just went to another level. Me and my wife, we actually saw the video a couple of nights ago. Like 2 o'clock in the morning, we watched the video, and it was awesome. It was an awesome video, and it's just a good, nice project all the way around. So we're thankful for that. Hey, we'd love to hear from you. 609-641-8870. Press extension 1, 641-8870, extension 1. We'd love to hear from you, as always, with any comments that you might have. If you want to give a testimony, if whatever's on your mind. We'd love to hear from you. We're just hanging out. There's no rules. Everybody's in this together during this pandemic, and it's just an opportunity for us to fellowship. Even though we can't come together physically, we can come together by way of the radio and Facebook and all of that good stuff, and definitely you can give us a call. Tell us what's on your mind. I got a couple of surprises in store for you a little later on, and in those surprises, I'm going to kind of tell you it's going to be a surprise, but I'm going to tell you who you're going to hear from. That's not going to be the surprise. It's what we're going to be doing is going to be the surprise. But you're going to hear from Atlantic City's own Kelsey Jackson. Kelsey Jackson of Kelsey and Kim's. Kelsey and Kim are a married couple that have been doing their thing in exceptional Southern cuisine for many a year, with 2 locations, one in Atlantic City on Melrose Avenue and Kentucky and Pacific Avenue. They are, if you didn't hear yet, we've been playing it on the radio. They are now opened back up for business. That's right. Yay. Give them a hand right now. They're going to be open. They're open back up for business, and we're going to hear from him, and he's going to kind of tell me what is going on. Let me preface also by letting you know they're only open for takeout orders only. Also, they're going to be establishing real soon delivery service, but for right now they are open for takeout. So if you don't feel like cooking, you want to run over there and get yourself something to eat, give them a call at 350-6890, 609-350-6890, and place your order. Go pick it up and leave Sunday dinner to Kelsey and Kim's. All right? You're going to be glad that you did. You know they're located uptown. Location is 201 Melrose Avenue. 201 Melrose Avenue. Tell them that El Presidente sent you. All right? And get you some Sunday dinner from Kelsey and Kim's. They're open till, I believe, 8 o'clock tonight, 11 o'clock in the day until 8 o'clock at night, 7 days a week. So we definitely want to give them some business and just encourage them. I heard on the radio, I got the phone ringing. I'm going to answer it once it gets in, but hopefully it's somebody that is on the radio, and it's not just a bill collector or nothing like that. If it is, y'all just excuse it. Okay, let's see who this is. Okay.
Hi, Deacon Hawks. I'm not a bill collector. I just wanted to share a testimony.
Who is this?
This is Yanni.
Hey, Yanni. God bless you, sis.
I did want to share a testimony. You said we could do that if that's okay.
Absolutely. You didn't waste no time, and I don't have a problem with that. What is your testimony, Yanni?
Sure. So I graduated from Stockton about 2 years ago, and I was having a hard time finding a job.
Okay.
I work at the hospital, and I had just been trying to move either laterally or up from the position where I am, but when the pandemic, hit, I just found myself being grateful to God for not allowing me to have interviews or get the other jobs that I had applied for, because my job right now is very secure. Even the jobs moving up that I wanted, she didn't allow me to, interview for those jobs, because right now they were laying some of those people off. So I just want to thank God and allow people to know that, where God has you now is the setup for where he's going to be taking you.
Come on now. Say that.
So that's all.
Oh, that was excellent, Yanni. I appreciate you calling in and sharing that with our listening audience, because you don't know who out there is, particularly in times like this, is doubting and fearful and really just kind of down in their spirit and down in their faith. So we overcome by the blood of the Lamb and the words of our testimony. So when you share what God has done for you with somebody else, believe me, they might not all call in. They might not even say anything, but believe me, somebody got the message, and to God be the glory.
Amen. Goodbye.
Thank you so much. God bless you. All right, that was a nice call. Amen. Sister Yanni, she called in to tell you what God has done for her by way of her job. And, of course, it's so many layoffs and all of that stuff out here. And we just want everyone to be encouraged and know that God got you. He got you. And, don't be afraid to kind of let your requests be known, number one, unto God. But your brothers and your sisters, you don't know what resources are out here for you to take advantage of. So you want to definitely, a closed mouth don't get fed, all right? So this is not the time to be caught up in pride and, well, why nobody's checking on me, you know what I mean? Why nobody ain't reaching out to help me and this and that and the other. Well, wait a minute. It's all right for somebody to reach down and help you, but you're going to have to do a little reaching up if you want somebody to help you. It works both ways. You kind of reach up and I'll kind of reach down, or I'll kind of reach up and you reach down, however that go. But in any case, everybody kind of have to do their part, all right? And you'll be surprised what doors are not, what doors are ready to be opened on your behalf, all right? So nobody should be hungry. Nobody should be hungry, nobody should be without. I understand everything is challenged. You might be behind and you might be challenged in that ways. All of us are, you know what I mean? Y'all hear me talk about bills and this and that and the other, but I'm not saying it in a way of woe is me. I'm saying it because like Sister Yanni said, you know something? God is still in control. So no matter what, you know what I mean? And we're in this together, all right? All right. That was a good phone call. It is 54 minutes after the hour of 1. We're headed up to the 2 o'clock hour, and I'm going to hear from Kelsey, from Kelsey and Kim's, as I was saying earlier. In about 20 minutes or so, we'll reach out to him, and he's going to give us some information on the business and all of that. And again, if you want to call in, we might interrupt the song, or we might interrupt some commentary, but that's okay. That's what we do when we're hanging out. 609-641-8870 if you want to encourage somebody or talk about particularly small businesses. Our local small businesses, I kind of want to hear the status of those, if you will. Like I'm talking about Kelsey and Kim's. You know what I mean? They're a small family business, minority owned, and and like all of us, we can have our challenges sometime. Me and my wife operate a small business, and you know what I mean? Sometimes you need all the help that you can get, and it's just kind of good to know how they're faring, if they're open or what the situation is, because, again, you don't know who out there can benefit from your service or whatever, but we got to know that you're out there. Okay, so you can take this opportunity to give us a call, and we don't have a problem with that. 609-641-8870, extension 1, or, of course, if you have a testimony that you want to share, you can do that as well. Okay? All right, then. So I'm going to get you back to the music that you love, and then we'll talk on the other side. I got some... I got a D. Hut. I don't know if you remember him. But he was on the show with Super Steph and the Squad, and he was a gospel rap artist as well. And he's a nice young man, and I just found something in here from him, from his project, and I'm just going to go ahead and put that on right now. I haven't heard from him in a while, but he's a good brother, and he's local. I'm always trying to promote local as well. So we're going to check out D. Hut right here, and we'll get back with you on the other side, and this is entitled No More, right here on WEHA.
Yeah. There's a few things we need to get out of us to get closer to God. The world telling me I'm crazy, yeah, I know. But I'm in love with my Lord and I let it show. And the feeling I get when I'm on the flow, giving God the glory, I feel like a mother blow. See, you know what? They telling me I'm crazy, I'm like, so what? Cause I ain't walking blind no more. I ain't chasing women all the time no more. I ain't selling drugs, trying to shine no more. I'm just giving them the praise cause I have been restored. I have been reborn, covered by the blood of Jesus and on his arm. I am going to war, and you can come join me, but it's a couple things you need to know about the stormy. The word is our sword, so everything that harm me can line up and gotta break it down with the army inside us. No more. You gotta tell addiction. No more. You gotta tell fear. No more. Tell the things of the world, you don't need them no more. 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 Now follow the Holy Spirit and get ready for war. Y'all getting ready for the war? Stand up. Come on, man up. We killing the world quick, no cancer, and we always spread the word, the answer. Get it? Stand up. And if you following the law, put your hands up. When you was on the block, you was rubber band up, carrying the rock, giving hits like Chancellor. Yeah, not following the master. The light of the world and your only chance up. You sleep in the world and death is your camper. Unless you get jammed up, you selling them grams up. Screaming out you only live once. Hamster. Drink by the world, not the spirit. Actor. You ain't gotta hold it all in, let it rap. Shut the Holy Spirit got your feet moving like a dancer. No more. You gotta tell addiction. No more. You gotta tell fear. No more. Tell the things of the world, you don't need them no more. 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 Now follow the Holy Spirit and get ready for war.
If it's pain in your life, no more. And you feel like you can't win, put his name in your life, and he'll put it all in a full spin, and get washed and covered with the blood, cause his name is enough, is enough, is enough, is enough.
Gospel 88.7 WEHA. It's more than music. It's ministry.
WEHA, Port Republic, Atlantic City, and now on FM translator 100.3 W262CF, Atlantic City, Pleasantville. Kelsey and Kim's is now open 7 days a week for lunch and dinner, 11 a.m. to 8 p.m. Takeout only, 609-350-6890. Pickups only. Delivery service coming soon. Address 201 Melrose Avenue, Atlantic City, New Jersey. Kelsey and Kim's is now open for takeout. The best Southern cuisine.
Praise the Lord, everybody. This is Deacon William Hawks, also known as El Presidente, here at Gospel 88.7 FM and 100.3 FM Atlantic City, where we have gospel. And yes, we're still spreading the gospel one song at a time. We want to thank God for all of our listeners who continue to pray for us and support us. Oftentimes, I'm walking down the street and someone asks, Deacon Hawks, El Presidente, I want to help. I want to get involved. I want to do my part. And they say, how can I do that? And I say, you know something? You can log on to our website and participate in our 8 for 88.7. That's right, 8 for 88.7. That's where we ask you to get involved, and you can support us by just donating $8 a month. How do you do that? You just go to our website, www.wehavegospel.com, press the donate button, and just simply support us with $8 a month. It's that simple. Once again, just go to www.wehavegospel.com, click the donate button, and follow the instructions. There you go. It's as simple as that. And once again, we thank you from all of us here at Gospel 88.7 FM and 100.3 FM, where we have gospel and where we're spreading the gospel one song at a time. God bless you. All right, y'all. We are back. This is Deacon Hawks, also known as El Presidente, at the 2 o'clock hour. This is Hezekiah Walker and the Love Fellowship Choir. Power belongs to God. Don't forget, in a few minutes. If you know power belongs to God, get up on your feet and clap your hands. Like cooking, go ahead and give Kelsey and Kim a call. right, y'all. That is Hezekiah Walker with Power Belongs to God. And I'm going to keep it going in that Hezekiah Walker vein. You can't go wrong, y'all. I got coming up next, We Made It, again, by Hezekiah Walker right here.
Live
on
at Radio
WEHA.
City Music Hall.
We made it, y'all.
Hezekiah Walker.
Don't wait for the battle to be over, y'all. Shout now. We made it.
Come on, give God praise. Clap your hands, everybody. Come on. Y'all make some noise up in here. Come on. Let me hear you, New York. Come on. We made it. We survived. When the enemy came in, God lifted us, stand and be my protection. No weapon formed shall be able. I made it this far by
WEHA?
How are you, man?
WEHA? I can hear you better now. Who's this? Dal Mobley? Hold on, brother. Hold on for 1 minute.
I serve notice to the enemy. Oh, you can't have my family. Oh, no. You can't have my mind. You can't have my life. 'Cause Jesus said, I come that you might have life abundantly.
All right, as we listen to the sounds of the Clark Sisters' victory, I got one of my dear, dear brothers on the line, and I am so glad that he called in. This is none other than one of our assistant pastors of the Evangelical Fellowship Church, where Bishop Dr. Fred Jerkins is our pastor. This is my good friend, my good brother, big brother Dow, Elder Dal Mobley. You on the line with WEHA, man.
Hey, praise the Lord. Big and hard.
Praise the Lord, my brother. God bless you, man. So good to hear your voice.
Amen. It's a blessing to hear yours. Thank God for your testimony on the other week about your healing.
Yeah.
I just was elated about that and thanking God about that. But the reason why I think I called you is simply, yes, I'm an elder, but in my profession, I'm also a registered respiratory therapist.
That's right. We were going to get to that. That's exactly right.
And, just wanted to talk a little bit about that and this pandemic and what I see as a therapist and the cases and also just some things that we should do, as a community of people to keep ourselves safe.
Definitely. You know something? You are. Can tell us your position at Atlantic Care as well, and people will really understand why this whole situation is so close to your heart. Tell them your position and what you do.
Well, so I am the director of the respiratory care department for both city and mainland. But I've been a practicing respiratory therapist for 33 years.
Okay. Do you see with this pandemic? I know you're seeing cases of the COVID-19 virus. Probably more than anyone can really even fathom. Do you see it as it's reached its peak yet, and maybe on the road to decline, or do you see it still rising?
Actually, it's still rising. It hasn't peaked yet.
Okay.
Get stats every day with the new cases that are being tallied every day, and they're still staggering in the upward projection. And that's why it's so important for people to have information and to practice the safe social distancing.
Sure.
It's very, very important.
Sure. What?
And to helping to decrease the spread of this virus.
Okay. Do you see that people are, because you see everybody coming from everywhere. Can you tell or not if people are like complying? Like, do you see where, even though it's still continuing to rise, you can see where the social distancing, the washing of hands, and people just exercising proper practices? Do you see where that's helping, or is this thing just like out of control like wildfire?
It's definitely helping.
Okay.
It's helping to slow the rate of the spread. And just for instance, yesterday, after being hemmed up in the house for a few days, and me and my wife decided to take a walk on the boardwalk yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
And to my surprise, I didn't think it was going to be as many people as I saw yesterday. And about 75% of those people were wearing masks. but the others weren't. We didn't stay on it very long. We did a quick walk and then we got off. But it's just important that people don't let their guards down with this pandemic because it's real and people are really dying from this.
Amen. And you know something? I'm so glad that you took the time to call in, Brother Dow, because I was actually thinking about you last night, and I had said that I kind of wanted to hear from you. I hadn't heard from you on a personal level in a while because, you know, we haven't had church. But then I was thinking about you from a professional standpoint, and me and you had not talked or anything, and you just so happened to call into the radio station. So I thank God for that because you're on the front lines, and being a respiratory therapist, you're engaged in this battle even from a level that a lot of people won't even be exposed to because this illness directly affects your breathing, correct?
That is correct, absolutely. I just want to go back to your first point that no, neither you or I have talked
That's right.
in a while and about this, but we share the same father, so he put it in my spirit to just call. So.
Absolutely. Hey, look, I'm tripping off of that for real, but I'm just trying to exercise a professional decorum. But I'm like, to God be the glory, and I'm happy about that.
Amen.
Go ahead.
Amen. Amen. You know how we do.
You know how we do. I sure was thinking about you last night, man.
Amen. Amen. And he put it in my spirit just to call while I was, in the car today. And I said, well, I got a few minutes. I can, just share some things. But what I wanted to do is first bring some light to the profession and tell people, what it is that we actually do. Before this pandemic, you would ask someone, what is a respiratory therapist and what do they do? A lot of people would have never heard of a respiratory therapist. It's unfortunate that we're getting a lot of attention now because of this pandemic.
Sure.
But needless to say, or nevertheless, it's important, for people to know that there are people that are specialists or specialize in lung care, and that's pretty much what we do. When you see people go on ventilators and life support, and all the breathing apparatuses and mechanisms, it is the duty and the job of the respiratory therapist to activate those particular devices and treatments and therapies, and so that's what we do. We manage, not only we put people on ventilators, but we manage breathing, we manage gas exchange, we manage even them getting weaned and coming off the ventilators. So it's a big conglomeracy of things that we do as respiratory therapists. And then also we treat, of course, the asthmatics and the COPDers, those with the chronic pulmonary diseases, people that bodies don't produce enough oxygen to breathe. We place them on supplementary oxygen. And so we do a whole host of different things pertaining to people's lungs.
Okay. With that said, something, if somebody kind of wanted to get into that profession, now that we're speaking of the profession of it, what would they do? Like, what does it require? If a young person out there, if they want to seek a profession in healthcare, and they wanted to maybe seek respiratory therapy, what do you have to do that?
So it's a 4-year degree.
Mm-hmm.
You would go to school and get a degree in respiratory therapy. Unfortunately, I just want to say this. Unfortunately, there's no more schools like in this part of Jersey.
Mm-hmm.
The last school had closed down its program, so people are going North Jersey or they're going to Philly to schools. There's a bunch of colleges that you can go to get a degree in respiratory therapy. But it's a 4-year degree, and you graduate with a bachelor's, and then you sit for boards, and you get the credentialing of an RRT, and then you get licensed. You have to be licensed in each state that you practice in.
Okay. Now, I do, before I forget, I do want to say congratulations to you because many that may not know, now you've been in respiratory therapy for what, about 30 years or 30 years plus, right?
33.
But just recently, and I'm going to kind of let you tell it, but by way of his testimony, the Lord blessed him tremendously in the field of his education, and it led to the position that he has now after all of these years. Tell us about that, Brother Dow.
Well, so I practiced respiratory therapy, like I said, for about 33 years. I really didn't have at that time any particular desire in going into management, let alone running a department. But I did want to further my education in management, and the Lord had just put it on my heart to, at the age of 54, go back to school. And, it had to be the Lord, because who at that age really want to pursue more career or, go back to college, But
right.
The Lord had just actually awakened me one night and put it down in me to go back to school, and I didn't understand why. But me being the person I am, whenever God puts something in your heart or leads you to do something, it's best that you obey.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of times people waste a lot of time trying to get clarity and understand why God is doing something instead of just doing what he tells you to do. And so I did. Out of obedience, I decided to go back, and the Lord even took care of the tuition for me. I was awarded a scholarship in the amount of 100% tuition, so I didn't even have that to worry about. And for me to go back for management, it was going to cost about $30,000, and the Lord saw fit to pay my way. So
wow.
I went back and I did another 2 years in respiratory care management. And a month after graduation, I got an opportunity to apply for management, and I got it. I was put there. It was like 1 month after graduation. Timing is everything, but God's timing is crucial.
Amen. Amen.
And I did it when the Lord had put it on my heart to go back. At that particular time, he would have known that a month later after graduating that I would get an opportunity to go into management. And then 6 months later, I was appointed director.
Amen. And now that's a testimony, and it's funny because I had opened up the show today by saying that if anybody wanted to call in for a testimony, with a testimony, that we would love to hear it, because we know that people benefit by our testimonies, and so it's always in order. So the fact that you're sharing this testimony with us, beside giving us valuable health protocol, it's invaluable, and we thank God for you, man, taking the time to call in and just share with us. And of course, man, we at EFC, we've just been on cloud nine, celebrating with you and Sister Angie and your family with your promotion. And we know anybody that knows you knows that all of your gifts and talents, you avail them to the Lord. So that's what even makes it even more special, man. And we just couldn't be any more prouder of you, man. And we thank God for you calling in and talking to us and all of that. And have you been fishing lately, on another note?
No, but I definitely can't wait till the opportunity comes. I had something planned for mid-April to go. But then with everything being shut down, of course, my trip got canceled. But right now, really, I would be happy just to go to the ocean and just throw a pole off the boardwalk.
I know that's right.
I'd be happy. I'd be content just doing that. One other thing I just want to say before I let you go. So, after being appointed director, and God has a sense of humor. I know he does. Who would have thought, 6 months into my position that we'd be faced with this coronavirus.
Sure.
And this virus came with no manual. It didn't tell us how to combat it. But the Lord has given us a grace and fortitude to be able to help with planning certain things, doing certain didactics, and being able to come up with policies and procedures on helping to combat this virus. And so I thank God for that. But, had I been told 6 months prior to get into this position, I probably wouldn't have taken it.
Wow.
But God knows what
he knew. That's right. He didn't give you a choice.
No, he definitely didn't.
Doesn't that sound like God? And what they say, if you want to make God laugh, tell him your plans.
Exactly. But he's awesome.
Amen,
I
man.
thank him nevertheless.
Well, we're so proud of you, man, and we thank God for you calling in. And I guess through this, it would be appropriate that you did kind of call in from time to time and maybe give us some updates and some status reports, if you don't mind.
Sure, will do.
All right, man. You be safe. This is Elder Darrell Mobley, but also he is in charge of respiratory therapy at Atlanticare, both Atlantic City Division and the mainland campus, I should say. Thank you very much. And we thank God for him taking the time to call us up and give us some valuable health information, and also because he is a supporter of this station, he had to call his brother, so he had to call me, and I'm always glad to hear from him. And you be safe out there, man, and the blood of Jesus cover you. We know again that you're right on the front lines, and even you're in the trenches because you're dealing with the people head on. You know what I mean? So we ask God's protection around you and all of your colleagues that work alongside of you and with you, that the Lord might undertake for y'all and keep you free from all hurt, harm, and danger and everything associated with this pandemic, in Jesus' name.
Thank you for that, and we definitely solicit your prayers, and thank you for that, Deacon Hawks.
My man. Love you too, bro.
And we can't wait till we can actually give a physical hug instead of a virtual.
Absolutely. All right, man. You take care, man. Let's talk soon, Lord's will, okay?
Will do.
All right. Bye-bye. All right. That was Elder Darrell Mobley, and he manages the respiratory therapy department at Atlanticare for both Atlantic City and the mainland branch. And he is definitely in the front lines, and it's a blessing that he called because I hadn't planned on him calling, but I was thinking about him last night, and I said he would be someone that I would love to call in and just kind of share with us. And it was late. As a matter of fact, me and Elaine was up talking, and then she was doing some work in the office, and I got distracted. I'm gonna tell you what I was doing. I was watching reruns of the 2019 Fort Lauderdale International Boat Show. All right, so that's what I was doing. So that's kind of why I brought up fishing to him too, because he's an avid fisherman as well. So we always talking about boats and all of that stuff like that. And I just happened to watch the one of the reruns of the boat show last night. And but I thank God for him calling in, my brother. I call him Big Brother Darrell. And thank God for him and his wonderful wife, Angela Mobley, and their family is their family to us, and we thank God for him calling in. And he's a supporter of WEHA, so that was good. We're going to hear from Kelsey Jackson in a couple of minutes. I'm just waiting for him to call back in, so I am going to put a commercial on, and then once he comes on, then we'll go ahead and go from there, okay? You're listening to Gospel 88.7 WEHA and 100.3 FM, where we have gospel. We're Christ-centered, community-focused, listener-supported, WEHA, and we're spreading the gospel one song at a time, and I'm your host, El Presidente, 33 minutes after the hour of 2. We'll be right back.
This is Kaleem Shabazz, third ward councilperson in Atlantic City. The change of government is being decided now. Atlantic City voters have received your ballots in the mail. Please vote no and return your ballot in the mail as soon as possible. Dear Atlantic City voters, please know that the change of government is a scam, a hoax, and a trick. The scam is to take away your direct vote for mayor to give outside interests control. Please vote no. The hoax is that there is no real local support for this cooked up scheme. Please vote no. The trick is that only 6 municipalities out of the 565 in our state have this 1923 form of government. Please vote no. Protect our rights, protect our future. Join me in voting no on the change of government. Vote no. Fill out your ballot and mail it in as soon as possible. Thank you.
Ordered and paid for by friends of Kaleem Shabazz. I'm Jail Shabazz, Treasurer.
So, who's going to do what? Flashlights?
Nowhere to be found.
Emergency supply kits?
Not packed.
Great. It sounds like we don't have a plan.
Winging it is not an emergency plan. Visit ready.gov/kids and make a plan today.
Hawks, a name that has been trusted for almost 30 years in the janitorial services industry, is proud to present Hawks Professional Moving Services. Fully insured, local and long distance, packing services, commercial and residential, no job too small or too large, friendly and reliable services. For more information or a free estimate, 609-484-0452. Hawks Professional Moving Services, where we treat your belongings like our own.
This is Kaleem Shabazz, third ward councilperson in Atlantic City. The change of government is being decided now. Atlantic City voters have received your ballots in the mail. Please vote no and return your ballot in the mail as soon as possible. Dear Atlantic City voters, please know that the change of government is a scam, a hoax, and a trick. The scam is to take away your direct vote for mayor to give outside interests control. Please vote no. The hoax is that there is no real local support for this cooked up scheme. Please vote no. The trick is that only 6 municipalities out of the 565 in our state have this 1923 form of government. Please vote no. Protect our rights, protect our future. Join me in voting no on the change of government. Vote no. Fill out your ballot and mail it in as soon as possible. Thank you.
Ordered and paid for by friends of Kaleem Shabazz. I'm Jail Shabazz, Treasurer.
Y'all know what it is. This is Rodney Darkchild Jerkins with Come Together right here on WEHA.
Yes, the world is in a slumber, full of hopeless things.
Is there anybody listening? Are you listening? You gotta keep the faith, oh my. Oh, the hurt that hinders, it will fade away. Yes, it will now.
But I know someone who will comfort you, and when your hope is gone, he will bring you through. Oh, yeah, yeah. If we come together hand in hand,
God has not given us a spirit of fear, but a power and love and a sound mind. Come on.
famine and diseases, yo, they plague our land today. Violence that is needless, 'cause there is so much hate.
There are many questions, that often take place.
this. I believe the children's still the future. I believe a God who renews us. I believe if he parted seas, this disease gotta bow to the ruler.
This is WEHA, who I have on the line. WEHA, can you hear me? WEHA, can you hear me? Hello?
themselves and pray and seek my face and turn from their wicked ways, I will forgive their sins and heal their land. For their young sister in South Africa, for their young brother in Nigeria, for my brothers and sisters in New York City, God is still in the healing business. Let's come together.
All right, y'all know what that was. That was Come Together, Rodney Jerkins, Darkchild Jerkins, that is. And it is 42 minutes after the hour of 2. I had a caller calling in. I was hoping that it was Kelsey Jackson. Hello? Okay. Hopefully, if it was him, he'll call me right back. This is El Presidente, 42 minutes after the hour of 2. And that's what we're doing right here at WEHA, bringing you the best in gospel music while we hang out with you for a little while. And got some valuable information from a healthcare professional, respiratory therapist, to be exact, none other than our own brother, Elder Darrell Mobley. And he is the managing director at Atlanticare for both Atlantic City and Mainland Division. And we thank God for his valuable input regarding the coronavirus. And it's just another reminder that we want to keep our first line responders in prayer, because as he said, and you can kind of hear the exhaustion, if you will, that this is still a very, very serious situation that we don't want to take lightly. We want to definitely keep those in prayer who have to be, right in harm's way of this pandemic and right on the front lines. I on a personal note, I like for you to keep my employees of Hawks Janitorial. We primarily clean healthcare facilities, and I have a staff out there that are out there 7 days a week cleaning up after the healthcare professionals. And so I desire your prayers for these people as well. You have a lot of people that support the front line people, the doctors and the nurses, and then you have the people that clean up behind them. So you want to keep everybody in prayer. You have people that are transporting them. So you want to keep them in prayer, and all kinds of, maybe not direct contact, but indirect contact. So you want to definitely keep everybody in prayer because, again, and you want to exercise the right protocol, social distancing alike, proper sanitizing processes, and you want to be mindful of the fact that that you could be a carrier and not exhibit the symptoms. So you definitely want to be mindful of that as well, and be cognizant of your brothers and sisters out there, and know that that this thing it's not contained yet. So you want to definitely just be mindful and just be watchful, be prayerful, and also we don't want to be selfish. You may be all right, but somebody else, you don't want to put nobody else in harm's way either. So we definitely want to mind and govern ourselves accordingly, okay? All right, I am going to try to get Kelsey Jackson on the line. He called me at least 2 times, but I did not want to not have the valuable information that we had coming in earlier. So I'm going to try to get him back on the phone because it's something special we want to do regarding Kelsey and Kim's as well. So we definitely want to get him back on the phone. So in the meantime, we're going to go ahead and put something else on. And what we'll do is put something on, and then we'll come back to him as soon as we can. This is another one from Hezekiah Walker. This is Moving Forward, right here on WEHA.
Going back, I'm moving ahead. I'm here to declare to you, my past is over in you. Things are made new. Surrendered my life to Christ. I'm moving forward. What a moment. You have brought me to such a freedom, Lord. I have found in you, you're the healer who makes all things new. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm not going back. I'm moving ahead. I'm here to declare to you, my past is over in you. Oh, all things are made new. Surrendered my life to Christ. I'm moving forward. Oh, yeah. Listen. You've risen with all power in your hands. You have given me a second chance. Hallelujah, yes. Hallelujah, yeah. Sing that with me, sing. Yeah. Not going back, moving ahead. I'm here to declare to you, my past is over in you. Things are made new, yeah.
Feel? All right, that was Moving Forward by Hezekiah Walker. And we should hear from Kelsey Jackson of Kelsey and Kim's very, very shortly. And we just thank God. We're rolling right along. It's 51 minutes after the hour of 2. Had a couple of great conversations and testimonies and some good health information and all of that good stuff. And we're just glad that you decided to log in and tune us on the radio, whether it be 88.7 FM or 100.3 FM, where we have gospel, or you logged in on our website at wehavegospel.com. And don't forget, we have an app as well. You can download the We Have Gospel app and take us anywhere you are. We can be there as well. This is Kelsey Jackson. He's calling in right now. We're going to go ahead and get ready to take that phone call of Kelsey and Kim's. And this is him right here. Okay, WEHA, you on the line with El Presidente.
Good afternoon, Brother Hawk.
Good afternoon, Kelsey. Kelsey Jackson, everybody, from Kelsey and Kim's restaurant in Atlantic City, New Jersey. How you doing, my brother?
Oh, I can't complain. You know, it's a struggle out here, but, you know, we're just taking it one day at a time.
Amen. But the Bible lets us know, man, the race is not given to the swift, nor the battle to the strong, but he that endureth to the end. So you already a winner, man, because you enduring to the end, brother.
Well, we trying, you know, with this coronavirus and everything going on, it's been tough times, not for us, but for everyone.
Absolutely.
So,
Absolutely.
You know, I never thought I'd live to see a situation like this come to pass like this.
That's exactly right, man. It's new for everybody, man, and a lot of people don't know how to adapt, and they don't know what to do, man. But you know, we know that God is in control, so that's our consolation, man. And so we keep it moving, man. We do what we do.
Amen. That's what we do.
Hey, one of the reasons why I wanted you to call in, I asked you to call in because, as you know, of course, because you've saw it firsthand and even experienced by order of the governor, what they deem as non-essential businesses had no choice but to shut their doors. You know, and creating another type of crisis. People losing their jobs, people being laid off, small businesses particularly affected, such as yours and mine. But just recently, you reopened Kelsey and Kim's. Tell us all about that and tell us exactly what you're doing over there.
Well, as you know, the pretty much the government shut everyone down, so pretty much we can only do takeout. You know, I have a 250-seat restaurant, and I also have a 50-seat restaurant, the cafe, that make more business sense to open that one for takeout. But when they first shut us down, I said, you know what, well, maybe it's a good idea because, you know, I ain't trying to get none of my employees infected. I mean, just try to do takeout. So that's one of the main reasons we shut it down completely for like a month and just open back up because we wanted to make sure I keep my employees safe, number one, and you know I just didn't want people just rushing out and coming out and you know spreading this virus around to everybody. So pretty much we did a grand opening on Friday, May 1st, and strictly takeout. But it seemed like a lot of the locals showed us a lot of love when we opened up. I have some of my customers come from far as Philadelphia, Delaware, Camden. They came from all over and showed some true support this week. We didn't open up with our full menu. We opened up with like a limited menu. So hopefully, everybody will be happy with it. From the looks of it, everybody was happy and just happy that we was open our doors again.
Wonderful, man. Hey, look, before I get to the hours and the address and all of that good stuff, just tell us a few things that are on the menu as of now. Just, a few. I know you serve everything. As a matter of fact, I was watching, with everybody kind of having a little bit more time indoors, you watch some of the old videos, and I was watching an old episode of you with Guy on Diners, Drive-Through and Dives.
Yes.
Yeah, and I was watching that, and you cooked some trotters and some
turkey chops.
yeah, and turkey chops and all of that. And you had caught Guy off his you had caught him off guard because he wasn't used to the real good cooking like that.
Yeah, how about that?
I was watching that the other night. But tell us what you got going over there, man, delectable wise.
We definitely had to still have our smothered turkey chops since it was featured on the Food Network. We had the fried chicken, which we was voted not by us but by Southern Living as one of the top places in the state of New Jersey to get fried chicken. We have our barbecue smoked ribs, beef and pork. And then pretty much all the trimmings as far as our side orders, from the greens, the macaroni and cheese, the string beans, the cabbage.
Wow.
It's just like all fresh ingredients, you know what I mean? And some people think that it's like fast food. And if you notice, through this pandemic, you go past Chick-fil-A, and people sitting there waiting an hour to get some pre-cooked chicken and some French fries. And they don't complain. But, we can actually cooking, getting you a fresh product.
That's right.
Homemade collard greens, string beans, cabbage, the whole 9 yards. And sometimes people get a little bit, getting impatient. But to me, something like this is worth the wait.
Absolutely.
It's not fast food.
Absolutely, man. I couldn't have said it any better, man. I mean, there's nothing at the end of the day, there's nothing that beats home cooking, man. And I can attest for being a long-time customer, man, that you have some of the best, man. And it's always fresh. Everything is always cooked to order. And if you're in the mood for some good down-home Southern cuisine, and I'm gonna tell you on a whole nother note, man, and a lot of people won't even go here with you, but I'm gonna go ahead and go with, because I know his kitchens are always clean. and
one thing about we tried,
absolutely, I've been there. I know.
It's a lot of work, and you don't want to eat out of a dirty kitchen.
That's exactly right.
Me and my wife are foodies, and we go out quite often, so we expect certain things. So that's why we try to hold ourselves to a higher standard.
Absolutely, and you sure do. How long have you had the restaurant for the people? How long have you been in the restaurant business for the people that don't know?
We opened up the Kelsey and Kim Soul Food and Barbecue 23 years ago. The little small takeout in Pleasantville.
I remember.
That's what made all this possible. The Kelsey and Kim Southern Cafe and the Kelsey Supper Club. And it was I dreaded the day that the Pleasantville location burned down, because I like the people to see where we started from. It wasn't
Gospel 88.7.
Today. It was about that grind when me and my wife was just me in there. I was the cook and she was the cashier, and we was in there from 10 o'clock in the morning to 1 o'clock in the morning every day. It was the stepping stones, the building blocks. You know what I mean? To help us get where we at today.
Absolutely, man. And I'm telling you, man, that's, as a matter of fact, that's where we first met, in the Main Street store. And back a bunch of years ago. And not only, are we supporters, but we're friends. And I want to encourage everybody, before we let Kelsey go, I saw a commercial, and I won't hold you too long because I know you have to get back in that kitchen. But I do want to encourage everybody to go to Kelsey and Kim's. Their address is 201 Melrose Avenue. 201 Melrose Avenue. That's their uptown location. 201 Melrose Avenue. You can call in your order at 609-350-6890, and I'll be giving you that number throughout.
6800.
6800. 6800?
Yes, 350-6890. 609-350-6800.
6800. Okay, what number did I have then?
You just said 6809.
I said 6890.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's 6800.
Tell Kim that Hawk said don't be texting me the wrong numbers, okay?
Okay.
That's my. Hey, look, don't you tell Kim that. But hey, look, but I want to encourage everybody, in all seriousness, to go to Kelsey and Kim's Uptown 201 Melrose Avenue. They put out a commercial, and I'll tell you this real quick. They put out a commercial encouraging you to go to all of the fast food restaurants, saying that our waitresses and our waiters need you and all of that. No one will benefit like the people of this area that go to Kelsey and Kim's. Everybody will benefit. You'll benefit because you'll have a wonderful meal, and they'll benefit as a small local minority-owned business. So we want to definitely be deliberate in going to them and supporting them. Be deliberate. Even if you're not that hungry, buy a meal for somebody else. And speaking of buying a meal for somebody else, that's what we're going to do here at WEHA. We're going to go ahead, and what we're going to do, Kelsey, we'll work out the details, but I want to buy 5 people dinner today from Kelsey and Kim's. I want to buy 5 people dinner today. And so what I'm going to do, when you get off the phone, I'm going to have 5 different people at different times. What time do you close? Give us the hours.
We close at 8 o'clock. We close at 8 o'clock tonight.
Okay, then. So right now, and this is why I wanted to get you on around that 2, 3 o'clock time, because if somebody's thinking about dinner, this will be a good time for them to do it. So I'm going to get like 5 different people at different times to call me, and as they call me and say that they heard us on the radio, we're going to give 5 of them an opportunity. So when they call you, they're going to say from the radio station. Okay. And you go ahead and give them one entree. If they want a second one, they have to buy that one. But each one is going to get. I want them to get a entree, whatever they want. And then at the end of the night or whatever, after the 5 people, you let me know, and we'll settle up.
Not a problem. I appreciate the love and support, my brother.
Hey, man, you and Kim, and I'll say this, and you won't say it, but I'll say it. You guys are not only an institution in Atlantic City and the surrounding area, but you are also givers, man. You guys do a lot in the community, and a lot of people don't know what y'all do behind the scene. I had an employee that passed away one time, and a lot of people, rather they want to say it or not, I'll say it. And you know, the family didn't have a lot of resources and all of that. We did what we could, but you guys came and set up a repast for this whole family for one of my employees, and I'll never forget those acts of kindness. And I know if everybody started talking about it, a lot of other people can call in and say Kelsey and Kim did this for us. Kelsey and Kim did this for us. Kelsey and Kim did this for us. So man, we applaud you and your beautiful wife, Kim. And just all of your success. We thank God for you and wish you nothing but the best. Now, I'm going to buy 5 orders, but I'm going to probably end up getting 6 because I'm going to have to get me something, too.
Not a problem.
All right, man. Thank you so much, man, for joining in. And like I said, we'll call that 350-2800 number.
No, 350-6800.
Wait a minute. Let me write it down. Now, first of all, 350-6800. Okay.
6800.
I got it. 350-6800. And then I'll call you in with the 5 people, or if I call them in one at a time, because I don't want nobody to have to wait. So if I call you and say this one is calling in or whatever, we'll get it together. But 5 people, compliments of WEHA, is going to get a free meal at the world-renowned, famous Atlantic City and surrounding institution, Kelsey and Kim's 201 Melrose Avenue. That's their uptown location. And then you'll keep us posted, because you also at some point are going to institute delivery service, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, so we'll stay tuned and we'll give you that. And then just keep listening to our commercial and we'll go ahead and play it. And once again, man, we thank you so much, okay?
Thank you again, my brother.
All right,
Appreciate
take care. Bye-bye.
Have a blessing.
You too. All right, so that was Kelsey from Kelsey and Kim's restaurant, and we, like I said, we want to buy 5 people dinner from Kelsey's, and we want you to give us a call. What we'll do is when I tell somebody to call, the first person to call, and then that person will call, and then maybe after a couple of songs, we'll let somebody else call in, and we'll do it that way. But we want to be a blessing to at least 5 people today at Kelsey and Kim's to go ahead and pick up the entree of their choice. Okay, all right. So that's how we rocking here at WEHA. So that was Kelsey Jackson, him and his wife, Kim Jackson, and they are the proprietors, the owners, the CEOs of Kelsey and Kim's Southern Cuisine. And I'm telling you, you're going to enjoy the food, and you're going to enjoy the love that they put in every dish that is prepared. All right, it's 7 minutes after the hour of 3. We're going to go ahead and put some music on and get you back. And we are hanging out with you. This is Deacon Hawks, also known as El Presidente. If you want to get you one of those entrees, one of the 5 entrees, give me a call right now, 609-641-8870. All you have to do is go pick it up, 609-641-8870, extension 1.
88.7 WEHA. It's more than music. It's ministry.
Hello? Yeah, hey, look, talk to my son right now. I'm on the radio. I'm on the radio right now. Talk to him, and I'm gonna call him back in a couple minutes. Call my son real quick. Go to my son.
Thank God for saving me.
All right, hold on. Let me call you back. Let me call you right back.
Listen, I was shaking.
All right. You're on the line with WEHA. Who's calling?
El Presidente. This is DJ Praise.
Hey, DJ Praise. How you doing, man? Long time no talk, man.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I was sitting here listening, and you talking food. That's my number.
Hey, look. That's what it's all about, man. Hey, you know something, man? You know, Kelsey and Kim's, as you know, man, they're an institution, and we want to support. And, of course, man, we don't want to just talk about it. We want to be about it, man. So it's Sunday. Everybody can appreciate a nice Sunday dinner. So we at WEHA, we want to give 5 people an opportunity to go there and get an entree. And you are the first one, man. So, you know, we're glad to have it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put the people on back on and let them hear the song, and then I'm going to get your information so we can call in and get you that entree. Do you want to say anything before I let you go? I'm glad to hear your voice.
I just appreciate what you're doing in the community and really representing, you know, reaching out and showing how much you're involved in the community. And like you were saying, you just don't talk about it, you be about it. So I just want everybody to know that I appreciate it. And I don't usually get through. I'm surprised at that, but I listen, and I love what you guys are doing, and I'll continue to keep you in my prayers so that y'all can continue to do what y'all do.
Hey, man, I appreciate you so much, man. Hey, look, I'm going to, and I thank you, man, for your support, and I thank you for those kind words. I am going to let the people hear the music. I'm going to pick up another phone. If we get disconnected, call me back.
All right.
So I can get your information and get you hooked up with what, if I can ask, what you gonna order? You can order anything you want. But I want people to get their mouth watered and
although the smoked turkey chops sound good too.
Yeah, it really do, bro. I ain't even gonna front. It really do. Well, you make up your mind and you go ahead and get what you want, man. And we thank God for you listening and you know, and supporting. And we look forward to speaking with you soon, man.
Okay.
All right, but hold on now, okay?
Okay.
All right, my brother. All right, y'all. This is our first winner, if you will. We got 4 more to go, and he heard the call. We're going to give 5 people an opportunity to have dinner on us from an Atlantic City institution, none other than Kelsey and Kim's. We just got off the phone with Kelsey Jackson, and he knows that we're going to send 5 people over. So we're glad about that. So we're going to get you back to the music that you love. For right now, nobody else call in, but we're going to tell somebody else to call in a few minutes.
In church, very deeply, stay within, sinking to rise no more.
Hello?
What?
Who's this?
That means it's not over.
Hey, Course.
That means it's not the end. What? What? Yeah! He's been good. God's been so good to me. Yes, he's been good to me. God's been so good to me. Yes, he's been. If he's been real good to you, jump like this and say, God's been so good to me. God's been so good to me. Everybody say yes, sir, yes, he's been good to me. Yes, he's been good. Y'all not bouncing. Come on, everybody say, God's been so good, Singapore. God's been so good to me. Everybody say, yes, he's been good to me. Come on. Yes, he's been good. We gotta go. God bless you. I wish I could tell you how good. He has been good to me. God's been so good to me. I wish I could tell you how good. He has been good. Make some noise.
All right, that was Ty Trippett and JGA, and that was Sinking right here on WEHA. DJ Praise, I'm going to need you to call me back. You got disconnected, and I want to get your information so we can get you over to Kelsey and Kim's and pick up that entree. Give me a call, 641-8870, extension 1, DJ Praise, and we will get your information so you can go over there and get your entree from Kelsey and Kim's. We just heard from Kelsey Jackson, the owner, him and his wife, Kim Jackson, and they're the owners of Kelsey and Kim's Southern Cuisine in Atlantic City. And we are just so glad and happy that they are back open, even though it's only for takeout, but that's good. Particularly if you don't feel like cooking, you can go ahead and, get your eat on. Go ahead and get your eat on, and we're glad about that, okay? So give us a call, DJ Praise. I'm waiting on your call, so you can call me up, and get that entree, 641-8870, 641-8870, okay? We're going to put you back on, and we're going to go ahead and keep it moving. This is Trinity 5-7, and this is Listen, right here on WEHA.
Listen here. Listen here. Listen here. I give all my praise to you. You're the one who's brought me through the storm and through the rain. Heal the hurt and heal the pain. You don't even have a clue what the Lord is bound to do. When you put your trust in Him, let it
is stronger than sickness. Oh, you are and your name is bigger than mountains. Oh, you are the strong name, and whatever doesn't say the same, we will stand and proclaim it's coming down at your name for you.
You're on the air at WEHA. Yeah, man, I lost you, man. Don't hang up.
Okay.
Don't hang up. Okay.
The name of the Lord is a strong tower. The righteous run in and they are saved. Oh, yes, they are. I am so glad that I have a Father, that when I am weak, I have his strength. For you are the strong name. You are the strong name.
Can you hear me? Praise. Okay, give me your phone number. You're not. I don't think you're on the air with me. Can you hear yourself on the air? All right, don't give me your number then. They got all this modern technology that I don't know how to work. This is what I want you to do. I got your name. Call Kelsey and Kim's 350-6800 and tell him that Hawks told you to call and you're the first winner of one of the entrees. 350-6800. You got it? You got it, man. Appreciate you. God bless you. Enjoy your meal. All right, brother. WEHA, you on the air.
Yeah, Freehold DeCourcy, how are you?
Freehold DeCourcy, my main man. God bless you, sir.
I hope all is well, and certainly to you and the family. Hey, Hawk, I'm not going to hold you long because I'm on a honeydew list, but I just want you to know that I heard your challenge out there for the 5 families, the 5 people to call you.
Sure.
Meals to Chelsea and I'm going to match that 5.
Oh man, that's what's up, man. That is what's up. So you're gonna be a blessing to 5 people too, and let them go to Kelsey and Kim's and get a Sunday entree.
Absolutely. What I want to do is let them continue to call the station.
Right.
And then you handle it that way, but we are pledging 5 as well.
Okay then.
Don't break the bank, but we gonna match.
Hey, hey, look, between your 5 and my 5, man, everybody gonna get a couple pieces of chicken, and that's how we do it.
Listen, and I'm challenging my other colleagues out there. I called and put a call in to Councilman Shabazz. I put the pressure on him. I'm hoping he check up on the challenge too. I'm trying to reach the mayor, so I'm gonna put the challenge out there and see where it goes. But all seriousness, I couldn't pass that up. I heard you talking to Kelsey. What a great guy, him and his family.
Oh, absolutely, man.
Blessing to the community as a whole, and they've been closed. They opened back up on Friday.
That's right.
He said 5. I told my son he's up on the ladder painting. I said I'm gonna match him. He said, Dad, I gotta match him. I gotta match him.
Hey, look, man, you know, hey, look, you know how we do it, man. That's how. But in all seriousness, Freehold, you're absolutely right, man. Kelsey and Kim's is an Atlantic City and surrounding institution, and they do so much in the community. Beside providing us with quality Southern cuisine, they also give back a lot. And we in times like this, we don't want to just talk about it. We want to be about it, because you never know when it's going to be your turn. You know, I have a small business. You know, and
I do an annual golf tournament that you have participated down
Sure.
at the church in Cape County.
Absolutely.
And the fact of the matter is that he's always been a sponsor.
because it's helping the youth down there, back to school fair, and him and his family has always stepped to the plate. And so this little token of our appreciation, we wanted to jump in with you.
Absolutely, man.
Jump right on your bandwagon.
Hey, look, and we appreciate it, man, and we're going to let him know, unless he's listening, but I know they probably busy in the kitchen, but I'll let him know, man, that you matched it with 5, and we'll get together later and settle everything up and all of that, but we're going to just keep it moving. So instead of 5 people, it'll be 10 people.
It could be 15 before this call's over. We'll see when he calls.
We'll see, man. Hey, Freeholder, all the best to you, man, and thank you for all of the wonderful work that you've done in our community and your support of WEHA, man. I appreciate you so much, man.
Thank you so much. And again, we hope everybody stays safe and obey all the laws about this COVID-19 stuff and do what it is that you're asked to do at this particular time so we all can get back out into the community.
Absolutely. All the best to you and your family, too.
Thank you so much.
Blessings, man. I'll catch up with you later. All right, that was Freeholder Corsi, Ernest Corsi, and he decided to match WEHA, and he is, too, going to give away 5 entrees as well, and that is an absolute blessing. So we definitely thank God for him, and we'll let Kelsey know. So, you know something? The next person that calls in, you're going to get a dinner. We just want you to call in. No strings attached. We're taking them one at a time. Everybody, we won't give them all out at one time. But if you call in right now, 609-641-8870, and you intend on getting your entree, you can go to Kelsey and Kim's and get it. Just give us a call first. So we can get who you are on the air and all of that stuff like that. And then we'll give you the number to call over to him, and you'll be one of the 5, and in this case, one of the 10 that'll enjoy a wonderful meal, courtesy of WEHA and Freeholder Corsi to Kelsey and Kim. So we got somebody else calling in as well. Let's see who this is. Hang in there with us. You're on live, WEHA, El Presidente. Who's calling?
Yeah. Talk loud.
Hello?
Yeah. It's Giovanni. Talk loud.
WEHA.
Yes, this is Councilman Shabazz. How you doing?
Hey, Councilman. You know something? I was going to reach out to you a little later, man, but I just happened to talk to Freeholder Corsi, man, and he said that there's a small chance that you might call in, and so I'm glad to hear from you, Councilman.
Well, really, it wasn't a small chance because Kelsey and his lovely wife, Kim, in addition to being friends, they are my constituents.
That's right.
Kelsey, the Kelsey's on Pacific Avenue is in my district, and they are friends, and as Freeholder Corsi said, and as you have said, they are always supportive of people in the community. So I'm going to match your 5, also with the caveat that Freeholder Corsi is going to stop past my house and pick up my check. And he said he's going to do that. But we have to help out our minority-owned businesses.
Absolutely, man.
We have to lift them up all the time, but especially in this pandemic time that we're living in. So I'm happy to join the 5 that you have and the 5 that the Freeholder has. You can add my 5, so you got a total of 15. And best of luck to Kelsey and Kim's. And sometime during the week, I'm going to go up there and get dinner for my family so my daughter and wife don't have to cook.
That's right, man. Hey, man, this is much appreciated, and I'm going to say that on his behalf. I know they're probably in the kitchen, so I don't know if they're listening, but I'll call them up and let them know that we have 15 dinners that's going to be courtesy of WEHA, Freeholder Corsi, and Councilman Kaleem Shabazz.
Yes, sir.
Thank you so much, man.
Let me just say this. You're doing a...
Juliana has been calling for mac and cheese.
Hello? Hello? I think we got cut off. In any case, wait a minute, this is him. Hello?
Yes, this is Mayor Small.
Oh my God, man! I got all the heavy hitters calling me today, man. God bless you, Mayor Smalls. How are you doing, man?
How you doing? And good afternoon to your listening audience.
Good afternoon to you, man. We're so glad that you took the time to give us a call, man.
And I just want to chime in and say that I want to put all my other colleagues to shame. Not only am I going to do 5, I'm going to double them. I'm going to sponsor 10 meals.
Wow.
So everybody else step up.
That's what's up, man. That is what's up, man. Hey, look, we appreciate it. The Lord laid on our heart, man, to bless 5 people with 5 dinners, and then since then, Freeholder Corsi called in and he said he wanted to do 5 dinners, and then Councilman Kaleem Shabazz just called in and said he wanted to do 5 dinners, and now you said you're going to do.
Corsi and Councilman Shabazz. Come on, man, step up to the plate. You know, step up like I did and match me. So I'm sponsoring 10, and also, well, you know, while I got a couple seconds, I want to tell everyone that's listening, period, and particularly those from Atlantic City, to tell everyone that you know to vote no. Everyone should have received their vote by mail ballots. It's an extremely important election. We can't let the outsiders come in. We can handle our own affairs. We haven't been perfect. No government is perfect, from Washington all the way down to Atlantic City, but we can manage our own affairs. So vote no, and I'm calling out Corsi and Kaleem to step up to the plate and match me.
Hey, man, well said, man, and as you're doing a wonderful job, and you know, in spite of the circumstances, you stepped right in, man, and you know, you're not a novice to this. You've been out here for a long time representing the good people of Atlantic City, and now you're just in a position that now you're in charge. You're the head. So we are praying for you and with you, and wish you nothing but the best, man. And once again, thank you. On behalf of Kelsey and Kim's, I'm going to give them a call because I know they're probably in the kitchen, and let them know. And we'll just keep it going, man. Thank you again for calling in.
All right, no problem.
My man. God bless. All right, so now you got Mayor Marty Smalls. He's calling in, and he upped the ante, and he wants 10 people to know that they're going to be able to get a dinner. So as you call in, okay, you're on the phone with WEHA.
Yes, I'm calling about the free dinner, sir.
Yes, what's your name?
Lolita.
Wait a minute, say your name again.
Lolita.
Lolita.
Yes, sir.
What is your last name?
Huccy.
Huccy. Lolita. Cey. Lolita. Hucey. Hucey.
Yes, sir.
Okay, this is what I want you to do. Do you have a pencil and pen?
Yes, sir.
I want you to call 609 350 6800.
6800.
Right, 350-6800. That's the number to Kelsey and Kim's uptown. Do you know where they at?
Yeah, is that the one near all the way uptown, or the one on Pacific and
Kentucky? No, it's the one all the way uptown, right next to the boardwalk.
Okay.
Call them. Look, listen to what I'm saying. Call them up and tell them that you heard it on WEHA.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and tell them you're calling in for your free entree. Call them now, and make sure you pick it up. You're quite welcome. God bless you. Thank you for calling in, and thank you for listening.
All right then. Thank you.
Bye-bye. Okay, so we got 2 people that have called in so far to get their free entree, and from Kelsey and Kim's. So we got DJ Praise. He's going to get his, and also we have Lolita Hucey. She's going to get hers as well. So we got 2. And thanks again to, of course, WEHA, us. We're sponsoring 5 dinners that we're going to buy for 5 people. But then Freeholder Corsi, our good friend and brother, he called in, and he said that he would pay for 5 people to get a dinner as well from Kelsey and Kim's. Then right after that, our good friend and brother, also the host of the NAACP Speaks program that's heard every Tuesday here at 4:30 on WEHA, and also he's the president of NAACP and the Third Ward Council person. So we're thankful to him as well. Kaleem Shabazz, he pledged to buy 5 people dinners as well. Wonderful, wonderful. And then the illustrious Mayor Marty Smalls from Atlantic City, he called in and you know, he said, I'm not going to be outdone by y'all. Y'all need to step up y'all game. I'm going to donate 10 dinners. So that's how you do it, y'all. Let's go ahead and show our support. A small business. It may be your business next time. It may be my business next time that needs the support. But right now, we going to go ahead and frequent Kelsey and Kim's and show them some love right here on WEHA. I got somebody else on the line right now too. God bless you, Sister Doja, Deborah Doja, one of our original supporters. God bless you, sis.
Yes, and I'm going to get a donation to y'all as much as I listen and tune in to the finest gospel tuning ever.
I love you for that. I love you for that.
Praise God. I'm tuning in all the time.
I know you are, and I thank you so, so much.
Oh, you certainly welcome.
Hey, look, hey, Sister Doja, let me ask you a question. Did you eat dinner yet?
Not yet.
Are you able to get the? Are you able to get the Kelsey and Kim's today uptown?
Yes, I am.
I want you to have dinner on me. I want on WEHA. I want you. I want you to go up. I want you to call this number. You got a pen and pencil?
Yes, I do.
Okay. The number is 609 350 6800.
I got it.
And I want you to tell them that WEHA told you to call up and get a free dinner.
Oh, okay. God bless you for that.
Yeah, we donated 5 dinners from WEHA. Freeholder Corsi donated 5. Yeah, and Kaleem Shabazz 5, and the mayor Marty Smalls, he donated 10. So we want to go ahead and show them some support. So go ahead and call them now.
Good morning. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Who's calling? This is WEHA.
This is Councilman Randolph for the First Ward. I'd like to sponsor 5 dinners at Kelsey for somebody in the First Ward.
Do they now? They have to be in the First Ward to get the dinners.
Well, Kelsey's is in my ward. No, they don't have to, but if they hear me call and say Councilman Randolph from the First Ward, you know how my wards are.
Okay, because what they're doing, Councilman. Number one, it's good to hear your voice, my brother. It's
good to hear yours.
Yes, sir, and thank you for all the good work you do in the First Ward in Atlantic City. What they're doing is they're just calling us up. And then whoever's calling in, wherever they from, they could be from anywhere. They're calling in.
No
we just want to support Kelsey and Kim's.
Good. Okay, no problem.
So what I'll do is I'm gonna put you down that you're gonna sponsor 5 dinners, and then we'll reach back out to you later on and get settled up in all of that good stuff.
Yes, sir. Just reach. You got my number. Just call me and we can settle up. It's not a problem.
Hey man, you know one thing. You know I know how to get a hold of you.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You sure do.
Hey man, God bless you, my brother. You wanna leave us with anything before you go?
Just everybody be safe, praise God, and keep it moving. Just everybody, just try to take this serious. I've seen a lot of people. I've just come out, and they're not social distancing like they should. And I really would like to see people out of that social distances because this is some serious stuff. So I just wanted to say that everybody be safe and God bless. Thank you.
Hey, thank you so much. God bless you, man. Okay. And thank you for your 5 dinners that somebody's going to be blessed with today.
Yes, okay.
God bless you now. All right. Bye-bye. We got my main man, Councilman Randolph, and he is going to sponsor 5 dinners as well. So right now, between our 5, I gave away 3 of mine so far. I just gave one to one of our longtime listeners, Deborah Dozier. And you don't have to be a resident of Atlantic City. If you can make your way over to Kelsey and Kim's, you can you can go ahead and get your dinner over there, but you have to call the station first because we have to keep account of what we're doing. So far, my main man, DJ Praise, he got him a dinner. Lolita Husey, she got her a dinner. Deborah Dozier, she is on her way to get a dinner. She's going to call over there to get her a dinner. And also, we want you to know that beside WEHA donating 5 dinners, Freeholder, I keep calling him Councilman. Freeholder Corsi, he donated 5 dinners. Councilman Kaleem Shabazz, he donated 5 dinners. Mayor Marty Smalls, he upped the ante and he donated 10 dinners. And now Councilman Sporty Randolph, he donated 5 dinners. So that's wonderful. So we got a bunch of people that's going to be able to eat some good meals at Kelsey and Kim's today, and it couldn't go for a better cause. As you know, they are open for takeout, and we want to see them. We want to see them go forth, and you know it's been rough on everybody, but we definitely want to support our local small businesses right here in our neck of the woods. You're on the phone with WEHA. You're on the line with WEHA. Who am I speaking with?
This is Demetria Bates. How are you?
Whom? I'm sorry.
Demetria Bates.
Hey, God bless you, Demetria Bates. Thank you for calling in.
Thank you for having me. I appreciate it. I've been listening to you on the air, so I wanted to be able to join in.
Absolutely.
Now, tell me this.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have to be somebody extravagantly important?
Absolutely not. And I'm going to take issue with that question respectfully because the Bible says that you're fearfully and wonderfully made. So that automatically makes you extravagant. How's that?
Thank you.
How's that? Hey, look,
I want to take you up on one of your dinners, and I'll sponsor 2 dinners myself.
Okay, then. All right. Well, I tell you what. So you want to go and get a dinner, right?
Yes.
And then you want to be a blessing to 2 people and sponsor 2 dinners. Right. Okay. So give me your name one more time. Say your name one more time.
My name is Demetria Bates.
Wait a minute. Demetria?
Correct.
Bates.
B-A-T-E.
Mm-hmm. I got it. And then you want to sponsor 2 dinners as well.
Correct.
Okay. Okay. Now, this is what I'm gonna need you to do. Do you have a pencil or pen?
Yes, I do.
I want you to call 609-350-6800. That is the number of Kelsey and Kim's. Put in your order.
Yes.
And then what I want you to do, I need you to do me a favor because the other gentleman that you referred to, I have access to their number. I want you to hang up and call me back because I'm gonna need your number. So once the two people get their dinners, I can tell you so we can settle up.
No problem.
Thank you so much for listening, and thank you for blessing 2 people. And you enjoy your dinner. So make sure you call them and let them know that what you're coming to get.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
And you'll call me right back.
And blessings to you.
Blessings to you too, and thank you so much. God bless you. All right, bye bye. Isn't that wonderful? Sister Demetria Bates, she gave 2 people. She wants to be a blessing to 2 people, and that's a wonderful thing. That's what it's all about. And also she is going to receive a dinner for herself because she has to eat as well, right? So we are up to, I gave 4 of my 5 away already, so I only have 1 more dinner to give away. And then we have 5 from Freeholder Corsi, 5 from Colleen Shabazz, 10 from Mayor Smalls, 5 from Councilman Randolph, and 2 dinners from Demetria Bates. So we're thankful for that. Thankful for that. That's a wonderful thing. So there you go. We just keeping it moving. Anybody else want a free dinner from Kelsey and Kim's, courtesy of WEHA, Freeholder Corsi, Councilman Colleen Shabazz, Mayor Marty Small, Councilman Randolph, or Demetria Bates? Look, we got a few more to give away. So, and I want to give them away before they close tonight. So if you want a free dinner, just give us a call, 609-641-8870. 609-641-8870, extension 1. And you can get your free dinner. No strings attached. Just go up there and get you some Sunday dinner. But you got to call us first because if they don't know you coming in or calling or anything like that, they won't know that you won, okay? So we don't have a particular random order. If you call, you can get the Kelsey and Kim's because it's takeout only. It's easy peasy. That's how you do it. All right? So in the meantime, we're going to get you back to the music that you love. And if somebody else calls in, we'll preempt the song so you can go ahead and tell us who you are. And, we're looking out for a small business that's been hit, and now they're back open, and we just want to show them some love. And that business is Kelsey and Kim's.
Let me say it like this. Life can knock you down and telling you to worry about this and then worry about that stress free. For me, so I care. It's gonna be alright. Say it now. Say it. It's gonna be. My face says alright. What does yours say? What does yours say? Say it. Hey. One more verse. Tribulation comes to surround your faith and try to choke it out. Even when the tears fall on your face, just trust in God and every day. The life for me. So I crave it, I crave. Somebody say it. It's gonna be alright. Say it. It's gonna be alright. Alright. Yes, it will.
You're on the line with WEHA, El Presidente. You're on the line with WEHA, El Presidente.
Oh, Al Presidente, are they giving out free dinners?
Well, this is how it's working. If you call me like you just did, and you're able to get the Kelsey and Kim's, you give me your name, and your household is entitled to 1 free dinner. Did you eat? Did you eat dinner yet?
No.
Okay. Are you able to get the Kelsey and Kim's?
Yes.
Okay. I want you to give me your name.
Hi, it's Yanni again.
Wait a minute, Yanni. Let me finish with this other call first. Can you call me right back?
I can call back.
Call me back in 5 minutes.
Okay.
Hello? I lost the other call. Caller, call me back. Hello? Okay, I lost the caller. Call me back, caller. You're on the air with WEHA.
Oh, we had got disconnected.
Yeah. Give me your.
My name is Betty Barr.
Betty
Barr.
Barr.
Yes.
Okay, I want you to call this number.
Okay.
Got a pen? You ready? 609 345. I'm sorry. Don't do that. 609 350
Okay.
6800. 350 6800. Tell them that you heard us on WEHA and you're calling in to order your entree.
Okay.
Okay?
All right. Thank you.
Thank you for listening.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
All right, so people are calling in. So my 5 is done. I got my 5 people. So now we'll move on to the next 5, courtesy of Freeholder Corsi. So let's see who we got calling in now. Hang in there with us, y'all. We're trying to get people fed. All right, you're on the line with El Presidente, WEHA. Hello? Did we lose you, caller? Okay, they're trying again. That's how you do it. You're on the line with El Presidente, WEHA.
Yes, sir. This is Lolita Street. I spoke to you earlier.
Uh-huh.
About the entree. I just finally got in touch with Kevin Kim.
Okay.
And they told me they only gave away one dinner. It was only one entree, and they gave it away already.
No. You call him back. I'm going to call him. You call him back. I'll call him back. I'll call him for you. All right. Thank you. Call him back. If you have any problem, call me back.
Okay.
All right,
you
thanks.
You want to call them back, and you're going to call them too, right?
Yep. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. You're on the line with El Presidente, WEHA.
He said it was only one meal.
No, I think he misunderstood. Wait 5 minutes, and I'm gonna go ahead and get it all straightened out, and then you can call him back.
Okay.
Okay, and then if you have any problem, call me back.
Okay.
I'm gonna call him right now.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Bye-bye. Oh, let me give Kelsey a call. He misunderstood. I said we were gonna do 5 dinners, and now we're up to like 25 dinners. So let me get him on the phone. Hey, Kelsey. Hey, look, I think you got a mix-up, man. You call me back at the station, man. We giving away like 25 dinners. I'm going to explain it to you over the air. Call me right back. I know you're busy, but just call me on the air right now. Y'all hang in there with us. We want to give away these dinners, y'all.
You know.
You're on the phone with WEHA, El Presidente.
Hi, Dick and Hope. This is Tiani again.
Yanni, call me right back in 1 minute. I got Kelsey on the phone. Give me a call in 1 more minute. I'm sorry, baby. I'm going to get to you. Call me back in a couple seconds.
Motivated enough to fix them and inspired enough.
This is El Presidente. You're on the phone with WEHA.
Good afternoon, Brother Hall.
Brother Kelsey, thanks for calling back, man. Hey, look, everybody with the prospect of getting some of y'all's good home cooking, man, they are joining in. Now, if you remember, I said that we were giving away 5 dinners, not 1.
Yes, 5.
Right. So some of the 5 people that I had call in, they said they were only giving 1 dinner.
Yeah, 1 person per person.
Right, 1 dinner per person.
Right.
Exactly.
If they want more than 1, they have to pay for it.
They have to pay for it, exactly. So make sure,
Yes,
yeah, because they said they called in and they and all of that. Well, you crystal clear on that, but let me tell you what happened since then. I had some of our good listeners here, right? So we've given away our 5. We got DJ Praise that called in for his dinner, Lolita Husey, Deborah Dozier, and Demetria Bates, and Betty Barr. Those were my 5. But Freeholder Corsi, he called in, and he never saw a challenge that he could resist. So he stepped up to the plate and said that he want to sponsor people and buy 5 dinners for 5 people.
Oh, that's wonderful.
So the next 5 people that are going to call in for 1 entree apiece is going to be from Freeholder Corsi. Then right after that, I got a call from our good councilman Kaleem Shabazz, and he said he understood what we're trying to do. Trying to look out for a neighborhood small business that have been so tremendous in our area, and he said he wants to buy 5 people dinner, right?
That's love.
Now, not to be outdone by the mayor, Marty Smalls. He calls me up, right? And then he says he needs those guys to step up their game, and what he's going to do, he ain't going to talk about it. He going to be about it. He going to sponsor 10 people and buy them dinners.
Okay, that's love.
Look, I ain't finished yet, man. I ain't finished. Look, then after that, I got a call from Councilman Speedy Randolph. And
yes, sir.
And he said that he was going to sponsor 5 people and buy 5 people dinners. And then I got a call from one of the people that actually won one of the dinners. She wants to buy 2 people dinners named Demetria Bates. So I'm keeping count for everybody, so we can make sure that we get you settled up. But right now in total that's 5, 10, 15, 25, 30. That's 32 dinners that you're gonna be giving out, courtesy of courtesy of WEHA. Huh?
Just make sure you just send me all the names so I make sure that they go to the right people.
That's what I'm doing. Do you have somebody you can put on the phone and I can give them these first 5 names now?
I'm getting ready. You can give it to me.
Okay.
Give me the first 5 names. I'll call over there.
Okay, one is DJ Praise. I don't know DJ Praise's real name, but it's DJ Praise. Lolita Husey, Hucey.
H-U what?
Hucey. Lolita, Loleta. E-T-A, Yusi.
Uh-huh.
Deborah Dozier. Dozier is D-O-Z-I-E-R. Deborah Dozier.
Uh-huh.
The next is Demetria Bates. Bates, B-A-T-E-S. Demetria Bates, D-I-M-I-T-R-I-A. Demetria Bates.
Uh-huh.
And then last is Betty Barr, B-A-R-R. Betty Barr. Those are the first 5 people.
Okay.
Okay, so that's my 5, and then now the next 5 are going to be from Freeholder Coursey, and we'll get them. I'm telling them to call you up, but I'll follow it up too to follow just to make sure everything's everything. I'm trying to do this and be on the board at the same time.
Text me the names.
Huh?
They can even text me if they want to send them directly to my phone. They can text me them, and I'll make sure they have them up front. The names.
Okay then, because right now I'm giving them the phone number to the store, and they're calling in at the store.
That's fine. That's fine as well.
Okay then, so we'll keep rocking with that, and then we'll stay in touch.
All right, appreciate it, my brother.
Appreciate you, man, and all you do, man.
Thank you.
All right, let me see who else wants the dinner right now. God bless you, Kelsey.
God bless you.
WEHA, you're on the air. Okay. This is El Presidente. You're on the air with WEHA.
Hi, how are you? I'm calling for the dinner thing that you're doing on radio now.
Okay. Are you able to get to Kelsey and Kim's today?
I certainly can. Diane, who's the person? I'm Diane Parker. Who's the?
This is WEHA. This is
I
El
got
Presidente.
you, but who's going to sponsor me?
Okay, right. Well, it's sponsored. This 5 is going to be sponsored by Freeholder Coursey.
Okay, Freeholder Coursey, Diane Parker. I live at the
But no. But you still have to tell them WEHA. Because,
I got you.
yeah, we're coordinating
WEHA.
we're coordinating everything.
Mr. Coursey.
Right,
Okay.
exactly. So give me your name.
Diane Parker.
Diane Parker. Okay. Let
In
me
the
give.
First Ward.
You're from the first ward?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
Ready to vote. Okay.
Okay. Well, I know Councilman Randolph, he'll be glad to hear that.
Okay. Favorable.
Look,
Okay.
but let me give you Kelsey and Kim's phone number because you have to
No,
call.
I can walk down to the corner.
No, you have to call and place your order because they're doing takeout only.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they're doing
Go ahead.
They're doing takeout only. You ready?
I'm ready.
609 350 6800.
350-6800. This is not Kentucky Avenue. This is over in.
This is at 201 Melrose Avenue, Uptown.
Okay, very good. That's fine.
Right, and this entitles you to one.
Okay, I'm gonna wait until you call and verify it too.
This is no. You have to call. You okay?
I'll do that.
And
I'll do that.
this is for one free entree.
Okay, thank you.
350-6800.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Diane.
Bye.
God bless. All right. I love it, y'all. I love it. It's a little confusing and all of that. We just wanted to start off with the 5 dinners, and now it's went up to 32 dinners. So Kelsey and Kim's will be able to be blessed by this, and I know they're happy about it. You're on the line with WEHA, El Presidente speaking.
Hey, El Presidente, how you doing? This is Joel. I'm calling about the dinner at Kelsey.
Who is this?
Joel.
Hey, Joe. How are you doing, brother?
I'm fine, bro. It's all good.
Good. Good. Are you hungry, man?
Yeah, I'm hungry, man. And when I heard about this, man, I said this is right on time.
Hey, you know something, man? We just wanted to be able to be a blessing to Kelsey and Kim's. As you know, they're open for takeout only, and they, like many other small businesses, have been hit, and we want to do what we can to be a blessing to them, as they have been a blessing to so many people in this area. So this entitles you, just by making a phone call, you're able to get one free entree of your choice. Okay. You I'm going to give you a number. You got a pencil and paper to call?
To call there? What's that?
I'm going to give you the number. You ready for it?
Nah, not yet. Give me a couple minutes. Wait a minute. Not a couple minutes. Couple seconds. What is the number? Go ahead. I'll memorize it.
It's 350 6800.
6800. That's easy.
Now give me your whole name right quick.
Joel Clark.
because I'm going to call him as well. Joel Clark. Okay. All right, then, 350-6800. Make sure you tell him you're calling from WEHA. Now, the person that brought your dinner, though, is freeholder Ernest Corsi.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, freeholder orders. I gave away my 5 already. Now he's sponsored 5, and we're on his 5, so he's buying your dinner.
Okay, thank you. All right.
350-6800. Tell him WEHA sent you.
Okay, thank you, man.
God bless you, brother.
Have a good one.
All right, so we're glad we're getting them out of here, y'all. Let's see who this is. WEHA.
Hi, I think it's still a mix-up, but thanks anyway.
No. Don't wait a minute. Don't give up. Don't give up. I'm getting ready to call back over there. I just got off the phone with the owner on the radio. What's your name? You're
Betty Barr.
You're Betty Barr. I'm calling over there right now. Again, don't give up. You good. You good. Just be a little bit patient.
Well, they won't even answer the phone now.
Okay, let me call back over there and see, because I just got off the phone with the owner. He got you covered. We ain't gonna leave you hanging, but you got to be just a little patient because we just decided to go ahead and roll with this, and you know how it go. Now it's it's a situation, but the owner, he knows exactly what's going on, and he's waiting and willing to accommodate you and hook you up.
Okay.
All right. So if you have a problem, give it 5 minutes and then call back over there.
Okay.
All right, because I know his phone. See, it's takeout only, so I know the phone is probably like flooded. So just be a little patient, and you're gonna get there.
Okay.
All right. Thank you, Betty. Bye bye.
You're welcome.
Mm-hmm. All right. Y'all hang in there with us, y'all. This is reality radio at its best. You're on the line with El Presidente, WEHA.
Hello, El Presidente. It's Demetria Bates again. Calling to settle accounts with you.
Okay. I tell you what, do me a favor. I should have picked you up on the landline. Call me back. I'm going to pick you up on the landline because then that way I can get you don't have to put your phone number out to everybody.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Demetria.
You're welcome. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. All right, y'all. We're going to get you back to the music that you love while we go ahead and get all this together. But we want you to keep calling in if you want a free dinner from Kelsey and Kim's. Just make sure you're able to go over there and pick it up today. And we like to give away all 32 dinners by the close of business. And I know they close at 8 o'clock. So you still got time.
And when I get weak, who gives me his strength? Who else but God? Who else but God? Who has power beyond what eyes can see? Who orders the wind blow and rivers flow? So great and mighty, yet still cares for me. Who else but God? Who else but God?
Now who is he who keeps my mind at ease, and who gives me praise for heaviness and for ashes, who gives beauty? Who else but God? Who else but God? Now who is he who always makes a way? Who's the one who never fails?
WEHA, you on the line.
In my trouble,
Yanni, I got you this time, Yanni. You've been so patient. You've been so patient. God bless you. Are you calling for your free dinner too?
I keep calling back because I know someone in need, and if you still have more dinners, which I'm listening, and I know you do, I am willing to go pick it up for them.
Okay, that person will have to call in, and then you can pick it up for them. I can do that. How's that?
Okay.
Because we have to have their name and all of that, and then you can go pick it up for them, and that's so gracious of you.
Yeah. Okay.
Would that be a problem for them to call in?
I'm sorry. Say it again.
Would that be a problem for them to call in?
I told them to call, and I'm going to try to get them to call.
Right.
So I will try.
Yeah, try to get them to call, and because they have to call themselves to Kelsey and Kim's, but then you can, but then you can go pick it up for them.
I got you. Thank you so much for blessing the community.
Oh, not a problem, and thank you for calling in. And again, it's us, and then now Freeholder Corsi, he sponsored 5 people, and Councilman Kaleem Sabaz, he sponsored 5 people. Mayor Marty Smalls, he sponsored 10 people. Councilman Randolph, he sponsored 5 people. And Demetria Bates, she sponsored 2 people. So
2 people, yes, I've been listening.
Yeah.
And I've been praying.
Okay then. So if you have any problems, just give me a call back.
Will do. Thank you.
Thank you. God bless. All right. We are trying to work this dinner thing out, y'all. And y'all know our hearts. So even if it's a little sloppy, y'all hang in there with us because we want to be a blessing. And we have some other people that you've heard their names. They want to be a blessing as well. So we want to keep it going. This is El Presidente. You're on the phone with WEHA. Praise the Lord. Who's calling?
You don't know my voice?
It's kind of rough. It's like some snow in the background, so I can't make it out. So charge it to technology and not my heart.
Okay, this is your wife, Lady Praise.
Oh my God! I could. It's a little fuzzy. Are you out walking?
Yeah.
Yeah. So you out there with the wind blowing. So I get a pass on that. Say you sorry.
I'm sorry. I was just listening. So this is a wonderful thing that's going on. Very happy to hear when I called just to hear how it was going with the 5 dinners. I'm like, oh, they done gave out 30-something dinners. So I said,
well, we didn't give them all out yet. What happened? Let me give you a recap, cause.
I'm clear.
Oh, okay then.
I'm clear. I've been listening.
Okay.
Yeah. So it's good. I mean, how other people called in, and the big picture is, how we're being a support to Kelsey and Kim.
That's right. That's exactly right, Lady Praise.
Wonderful thing with everyone calling in. So I just wanted to say that right quick. And also, can I call you off the air?
Yeah.
Okay. You want me to call back?
You can call me back. I'm gonna put the music on for the people, and you can call me back.
Okay. All right. I'm gonna call you right back.
All right. Bye bye.
God bless everybody. Thank you.
All right.
Okay. Bye bye.
Now I had to take that call, y'all. That was my wife, Lady Praise. I couldn't make out her voice because she's out walking. And but in any case,
Atlantic Care saved my husband's life. They've been making our
in any
lives
case,
better for years.
she wanted to call in and encourage us, and it's a wonderful thing. So we still want you to call in.
With all of the providers,
if you want that dinner
personalized care
from
you could
Kelsey
ever
and
need
Kim's,
at over 100 locations
and
across
that's how we doing it
southeastern New Jersey.
here at WEHA.
It's accessible care. It's exceptional care. It's Atlantic Care. To schedule an appointment, visit atlanticare.org.
I think it's me that I've been lying to about what I've been going through and putting all the blame on you. Then I pretend to fix it on my own, placing myself up on your throne. I did this to myself and by myself alone. And if I'm honest, I know that my life's been slowly falling under the weather. Lord knows that I'm praying and believing for healing. Said I'm praying and believing for healing. Said I'm praying and believing for healing. Years go on and days keep floating by, losing so much more than time, but lives and souls and hopes and people left behind. Boys are growing into angry men. Girls grow up just wondering what's real in love and life. What do we believe in? But we all know that this world's been slowly falling under the weather. Lord knows that I'm praying and believing for every heart and soul. I'll be here praying. It came across my mind, and I want you to know I pray. He's the answer, he's the way. With the clay, authority, we can defeat our enemy, yeah. Now we pray, send it right Now I want everybody to know that I'm praying. Just know that I'm somewhere calling out your name. For the lonely and the broken and the lost. And for every mother praying for a child to come home. Hallelujah. And for everyone that is sick in your body, I declare healing right now. I declare peace right now in your mind. Pray, church. We need healing in our churches right now.
You're on the line with WEHA.
Hey, I just heard about the free dinners from Kelsey and Kim's, and I'm kind of interested if you still have a place you're looking for homes.
I like that. Hey, look, are you able to get to Kelsey and Kim's today?
Yeah, I am, yes.
Okay, just give us your name.
My name is Marty
Marty what?
Inman.
Inman?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Marty Inman. What you do is you have a pencil and paper so you can call Kelsey and Kim's?
Sure.
Okay, ready?
I'm ready.
609 350.
I'm sorry, 350?
Correct. 6800.
6800, okay.
And this entitles you to one free entree. Tell them now. This is from WEHA, and your dinner is being sponsored specifically by Freeholder Corsi.
Okay.
But tell them WEHA told you to call.
I sure will do that.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. God bless you. Now enjoy your dinner.
And you too.
All right.
Thanks
bye-bye.
a whole lot.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
All right, y'all. So again, it's not pretty, but we getting it done. We want to make sure that everyone that is entitled to a dinner gets their dinner. If you're listening to me and you're on the air, if you're listening to me and you can hear me, make sure that you say WEHA told you to call.
I heard that.
Is this Joe Clark?
Yes, it's Joe Clark. Yeah, I said that.
Okay. Call back now because I just got off the phone with the owner. You've been talking to the receptionist, and they didn't have your name down. So now Kelsey is calling in because your name is on this next batch.
Oh, okay. So you want me to call back now?
Give her like 1 minute and call back to Kelsey and Kems. All right?
All right, man. Thank you, man.
Enjoy your dinner. Bye-bye. All right, y'all. All right. We still got more dinners to give away, y'all. Kelsey and Kim's. And if you just tuned in and you don't know what's going on and you're just hearing a lot of chaos, let me fill you in. What we did is the Lord laid on our heart to celebrate the grand reopening of Kelsey and Kim's. They're doing takeout only. Of course, you know that they are at 201 Melrose Avenue in Atlantic City, their uptown location. And we wanted to be a blessing to them as well as 5 people and just give them an entree for their Sunday dinner. So what we did is we told them that we would do 5 dinners. We heard from Kelsey and we had it all set up. I got some good friends that decided to call in and join us and sponsor some dinners as well. So Freeholder Corsi, he was the first one that called in, and he is not to be outdone by El Presidente, so he had to call in, and he too was so gracious and kind to sponsor 5 dinners. Then after that, Councilman Kaleem Shabazz, 3rd Ward Councilman, he also is not to be outdone, so he said he wanted to support and give 5 people a dinner, 5 people 1 entree each. So, of course, not to be outdone by any of these guys, Mayor Marty Small, he calls in, and he's like, y'all all got to step up your game because I'm going to donate 10 dinners. And he was so gracious and kind to treat 10 people to dinners. Then Councilman Randolph, not to be outdone, said, I'm going to do 5 dinners. And then last but not least, Demetria Bates, she said I wanted to do 2 dinners. So as you calling in, you know, it's a little crazy, but I love this kind of crazy. This is El Presidente. You on the line with WEHA. Okay, let me see. Okay, did you call the number 350-6800?
Yes, and they told me that they only give away 1 dinner that went out already, and I called back again, and they told me the same thing.
No. Wait a minute, Miss Lucy. You only get 1 dinner. 1 dinner. No, you weren't told. You weren't told that. You might have misunderstood. I said 1 free entree. 1 free entree. Yeah, we just trying to feed you. We trying to give different people.
But they said they gave them the 1 dinner already.
Did you? No. You're entitled to 1 dinner. Did you get?
I know that. I know I wasn't trying to get more than 1. I was told they are giving away 1 dinner, and if you want more, if they, I would have to pay for it.
Right.
Maybe I misunderstood them.
Oh, okay then. But did you get your 1 dinner yet?
No, I didn't, because they said no, and I called you back, and you said you're gonna call them, and I tried to get you back, and I couldn't get you, so I just get you now.
Okay, I'm gonna call back over there. I talked to the owner, and he said he was gonna call over to the store and get it straight. So maybe it's a misunderstanding, but you're definitely supposed to get 1 dinner. So I want you to call. Let me call over to the store because I called the owner, and you call back in like 3 or 4 minutes. If you have any problem, then you call me back.
If what you call that? Put me not on hold and get the unanswering thing. Can nobody answering the phone? That's
Well, because they're probably getting flooded with calls, so you might have to keep calling. But we got till 8 o'clock tonight, so you'll get your dinner, okay?
Okay, thanks.
Now, if you call in like 5 minutes, try them in 5 minutes, and if you have any problem, call me back, okay?
Okay.
Thank you, Miss UC. God bless you.
All right, God bless you.
All right. All right, y'all. I love this. I love this kind of confusion. I love it. I love it. I can do this all day. Not all day, because I'll probably go crazy and lose the little bit of hair I got. But in any case, I love it. All right? So y'all hang in there with us. I'm going to have to take a break so I can call over to the store and make sure that everybody that's supposed to get accommodated gets accommodated. We got somebody calling in now. This is El Presidente. You on the line, WEHA.
Oh, hi. Yes, praise the Lord. I was calling about the meals, complimentary meals for Kim and Kelsey.
Okay, then. Are you able to get to Kelsey and Kim's today?
Yes, I am.
Okay, wonderful. What is your name?
Marcy.
Marcy. Did you call in already?
No.
Oh, okay.
I was just sitting here listening to the radio station now.
Got you. Okay. No, I'm sorry. Right before you, Marty called, and so I had it with that. Marcy, what's your last name, Marcy?
Palmer.
Palmer. Okay. All right then. Do you know the number to Kelsey and Kim's? Because it's takeout only.
That's fine. I'm not far from there.
Okay.
The 350 number?
Yeah, 350-6800. Tell them that the radio station, I'm going to call over there and give them your name as well, though, but tell them WEHA told you to get your one free entree, okay?
Okay.
And enjoy your dinner.
Thank you so much. God bless.
God bless you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Okay. All right. Yanni, if you're listening, I need you to call me back to the radio station. Yanni, if you are listening, give me a call back on the radio station. Thank you.
The Lord will raise him up once again, yeah. That encourages me to praise him along the way to my breakthrough. My trust still lies. I still trust in you. I know you're gonna bring me through this trial. 'Cause it's gonna get hard sometimes. And when those moments come, and when they come, I'm gonna rest in your heart and give you praise for what's about to come. Yeah, yeah. No matter how long it takes, no matter how long it takes, I'll never give up my praise. While I wait, I'll be patiently praising you. No matter how long it takes, no matter how long, I'll never give up my praise. While I wait, yeah, I'll be patiently praising you. I won't let the circumstance or the evidence stop me from raising my hands to you.
This is El Presidente. You're on the phone, WEHA.
Hello, it's Yanni.
Hey, Yanni. Yanni, did you hear me tell you to call me back?
I'm sorry?
Did you hear me on the radio telling you to call me back?
I did. I'm still listening since I first called earlier.
Do me a favor. I'm going to put your name down, and you go get that dinner for that person.
Okay.
So give me your name, and I'll put you on that list. Give me your first and last name.
Sure. It's Yanni, YONNIE.
Uh-huh.
And my last name is COLLE as in egg, LUORI. Color Lori. I know it's long.
Yeah, I was going this is covering every letter in the alphabet here. But hey, Yanni, that's a good thing that you're doing, getting that dinner. So you go, you know the number is 609-350. 680.
6800.
Right, and you just call and just get it in your name, and then you give it to that person in need, okay?
Thank you so much.
Oh, you're quite welcome. If you have any problem, give me a call back.
Before we disconnect, I because it is a Christian radio station, I want to do a prayer request, if that's all right.
Absolutely.
So, I just found out that my friend found out that her friend has COVID-19, and she was very upset.
Sure.
So I just want to, put that unspoken name out there so that people can just pray for everyone who is affected by this virus.
Absolutely. Well, we'll definitely put that name in prayer in Jesus' name, and we believe that God is able to do all things but fail. Hello? WEHA?
This is James Stuck. I've been trying to call,
okay.
And I finally got through.
Okay, James Stuckey?
Stockley, Stockley.
Oh, God bless you, my brother. God bless you.
You too, thanks. But I was calling about the dinners.
Okay, are you able to get to Kelsey and Kim's?
Yeah, I'm around the corner right now from it.
Okay, what I need you to do, you have a way to write down their phone number?
Yeah, I got the number.
Okay, the 350-6800 number?
Yes.
Right, because it's takeout only. Give them a call. Put your order in. Make sure you tell them that the radio station told you to call in. I'm going to call, so if they don't have your name, you might not get accommodated right away, but give it like 5 or 10 minutes, and then they'll have your name, and then we'll make sure that that you get your one free entree. Give us your name again. James Stockley.
Stockley.
Ley. Okay, James, thank you for listening, and enjoy your dinner.
Okay. Here comes Kelsey right now, I think. Yeah, he's walking the steps.
Okay, I gotta give him the names and call his place of business.
Okay.
Anyway, tell him that I'm going to be calling him and giving him 5 more names.
All right, I let him know.
All right, Brother James. Enjoy your dinner, brother.
Thanks.
Okay. All right, y'all. I love it. Once again, for those that don't know, we're on Councilman Kaleem Shabazz's 5 now. Kaleem Shabazz. Okay. All right. I do my best work when I'm unorganized, y'all. That's just that's just an admission of sorts. I do my best work when I'm totally unorganized, and I'm totally unorganized, but I guarantee you it's going to get done. Let me recap. What we did was the Lord laid on our heart upon finding out that Kelsey and Kim's, their 201 Melrose Avenue location was reopening for takeout only as of Friday. We wanted to be a blessing to them as they are a blessing to the community. So we said here at WEHA, we would give away 5 dinners to 5 different people on this Sunday afternoon. And then shortly thereafter, upon announcing that, we heard from Kelsey, told them what the vision was and all of that. But then I got a phone call from freeholder Ernest Corsi, and he said he wanted to follow suit and do 5 dinners. So also after that, I got a call from Councilman Kaleem Shabazz, who also said he wanted to sponsor 5 dinners. And then we heard from the Honorable Mayor Smalls of Atlantic City, who said he wanted to do 10 dinners. And then Councilman Randolph in the 1st Ward, he wanted to do 5 dinners. And Demetri Gates, she also wanted to do two dinners. So that's 32 dinners that all of a sudden we're giving away. And Kelsey and Kim's, I know they're happy about that, and we're happy to do it as well. We got somebody else calling in right now. This is WEHA. You're on the phone with El Presidente.
I'm calling again. I said I'm to call in 4 minutes, so I'll give a little extra time. This is Lolita, sister.
Did you call? Did you get through?
I called them and he said anything. No, I didn't get anybody.
Huh? You didn't get anybody?
No, I didn't get anybody.
Keep calling because they're probably, see, it's takeout only. And because it's takeout only, they're probably getting a lot of phone calls.
Yeah, I know. I've been doing that ever since I talked to you the first time.
You might have to do a little while longer, but you're going to get it.
Okay.
Okay, I promise you. You got that coming. It's 4:30. They don't close till 8 o'clock tonight. Hopefully you don't have to wait that long, but keep calling. And I gave them your name personally. I gave them your name, Lolita Hucey, Hucey.
Thank you very much. Do you know Pastor Farmer?
I know Pastor Farmer, a wonderful woman of God. Yes. Yes, I know her. Thank you. God bless. Let me take this other call. God bless you. Keep calling now. If you have any problems, call me back. I don't have a problem with that.
I will.
All right. God bless you now.
All right. God bless.
All right. So we got somebody else calling. Let's see who we got calling now. Okay. All right. I'm letting you guys follow me in real time with all of this. And I love it. Now, don't get me out on the streets talking about Hawks. It was crazy yesterday. It's just so confusing and this and that and the other. Just say God bless and keep it moving. But I love it, y'all. Hey, hopefully that everybody that supposed to get their dinners are getting their dinners. Of course, you may have to call 3 or 4 times or whatever because that's what we want. We want their business to overflow with business. That's what it's all about, y'all. I'm telling you, that's what it's all about. When we talk about support, particularly your own, we want everybody to be able to take advantage of it. And again, Kelsey and Kim's, they always are a blessing to the community and the people of the community. They're not able to open up their restaurant for sit-in, but they can do takeout. So, of course, it's going to be a little bit more hectic, but nevertheless, everybody's going to enjoy a wonderful, wonderful meal. So that's how we're doing it here at WEHA. And we have another caller calling in. Let's see what they're talking about. You're on the phone with El Presidente, WEHA.
Yeah, hi. It's hard to get through to the number. You can only leave a voicemail to, because my name is Parker, to them. Will they bounce this off to another day because they're overwhelmed with the phones right now?
You know something? I don't think so. I think that it has to be done today. But what I want you to do, I'm giving the names directly to the owner at this point. So he has your name.
Giving it to him, I don't mind going there tomorrow. I mean, if they're open now for business, but why don't you scatter it out over the week?
Well, that's not necessarily my call, to be honest with you. Okay. So I appreciate your suggestion, but that's not necessarily my call. What is your name again? You're Diane Parker?
Yeah, Diane Parker.
Yeah, he has your name. So if you want to go...
I can go there tomorrow. I mean, all I want is a fried whiting dinner, but I don't want to cost their wires. Their phones are really off the hook now. It's really 32 orders is a lot to do.
I understand. Diane, you must be a supervisor somewhere, because
No, I'm not.
I'm messing with you. I'm messing with you.
At the phones, I don't mind.
I'm messing with you. Just do me a favor. Just roll with the punches with me, okay?
All right.
All right.
You're going to be on until 8 o'clock too?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
so
if you have, if
I don't get through, maybe they can honor it tomorrow.
Yeah, we're going to go ahead and try to get it done for you today.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. All right, bye-bye. All right. I got Kelsey calling me now. I'm going to let y'all play the music.
I know God will will bring you out. Without a doubt. He will make a way. Yes, he will. You, my brother, and my sister, too. I know Jesus. I know Jesus. I know Jesus will see you through. Yes, he will. I know he will. I know he will.
Praise the Lord, everybody. This is Deacon William Hawks, also known as El Presidente, here at Gospel 88.7 FM and 100.3 FM Atlantic City, where we have gospel. And yes, we're still spreading the gospel one song at a time. We want to thank God for all of our listeners who continue to pray for us and support us. Oftentimes, I'm walking down the street and someone asks, Deacon Hawks, El Presidente, I want to help. I want to get involved. I want to do my part. And they say, how can I do that? And I say, you know something? You can log onto our website and participate in our 8 for 88.7. That's right, 8 for 88.7. That's where we ask you to get involved, and you can support us by just donating $8 a month. How do you do that? You just go to our website, www.wehavegospel.com, press the donate button, and just simply support us with $8 a month. It's that simple. Once again, just go to www.wehavegospel.com, click the donate button, and follow the instruction. There you go. It's as simple as that. And once again, we thank you from all of us here at Gospel 88.7 FM and 100.3 FM, where we have gospel and where we're spreading the gospel one song at a time. God bless you.
know it's in His plan.
All right. It is 54 minutes after the hour of 5, and that was PJ Morton and All in His Hands. You're listening to Christ-centered, community-focused, listener-supported. We have gospel, WEHA, 88.7 FM and 100.3 FM, Atlantic City. And yes, we have gospel, and we're spreading the gospel one song at a time. And we are in the midst of feeding you Sunday dinner. Yay! Everybody loves Sunday dinner, and everybody loves Kelsey and Kim's. You put the two together, and you have a wonderful Sunday dinner brought to you by Kelsey and Kim's and sponsored by WEHA, the good freeholder Ernest Coursey, the good councilman, 3rd Ward Councilman Kaleem Shabazz, the good mayor, Mayor Marty Smalls, the good councilman, Sporty Randolph, 1st Ward, and Mrs. Demetria Bates. And what we're doing is we're giving away dinners to commemorate the re-grand opening of Kelsey and Kim's, an Atlantic City staple, and a community business, a family-owned business who serves a wonderful, wonderful dish. And we want to give some of you out there a blessing by getting you a Sunday afternoon entree. So we have 32 dinners to give away. It's one entree per person, per family. So we have 11 that we've given away so far. So all you have to do is call. It's a little, of course, with them doing takeout only, you might have to call a few times and all of that. But you start off by giving us a call here at the station. We put down your name, and then we'll call them as well as you calling in to put in your order for your entree. As you might know, of course, they're very busy. That's good news. Never get mad at a business that tells you, any business, including mine, any business that tells you that they're upset because their business is busy, hang up the phone on them, okay? Because they don't know what it's all about. Busy is good, okay? Crazy is good when it comes down to business. Sometimes you have to do some apologizing and, apologize for the wait and all of that. But when you're talking about home cooking, this is not, fast food. Fast food has its place, but Sunday dinners is normally synonymous with home cooking. That's right. Fresh greens and cabbage and potato salad and ribs and short ribs and all of that good stuff, and fresh turkey chops, smothered, baked, fried. These are the type of things that you get, the type of delectables that you get at Kelsey and Kim's Southern Cuisine. So we definitely don't mind waiting a little bit, going through a little bit of inconvenience. Don't get mad, because we just trying to be a blessing, y'all. And, if somebody tells me that, I'm going to be a tiny bit inconvenienced, but I know it's going to be worth the wait. All right? So we want you to hang in there. But if you want your dinner, one free entree from Kelsey and Kim's, call in 609-641-8870. No strings attached. Now, the first 5 were the people that WEHA gave away. Okay? DJ Praise, Lolita Husey, Deborah Dozier, Demetria Bates, and Betty Barr. Those were the first 5. Then the second 5, Diane Parker, Joel Clark, Marty Inman, Marcy Palmer, and Yanni Calavera. That was courtesy of freeholder Coursey. The next 5, and we got one of them so far, James Stokely. The next 5 are going to be sponsored by Councilman Kaleem Shabazz. And then the next 10 are going to be sponsored by the Honorable Mayor Marty Smalls. And then the next 5 after that, oh yeah, we ain't playing, y'all. The next 5 after that, we talking about a free Sunday dinner. Is going to be sponsored by none other than 1st Ward Councilman Sporty Randolph. And then we have 2 that are going to be sponsored by Miss Demetria Bates. All you have to do to get the ball started and lay claim to your free Sunday entree is give us a call here at 609-641-8870, extension 1, and we'll give you the hookup over at Kelsey and Kim's Uptown. They're 201 Melrose Avenue location. All right, so in the meantime, we're going to get you back to the music that you love. And here is Kiara. Well, you know something? Let me go ahead and do a station identification first so I don't get in trouble. Okay. Let's take this phone call first. Okay. Thank y'all for bearing with me out there. This is Reality Radio, and we just trying to do what we do.
Gospel 88.7 WEHA. It's more than music. It's ministry.
All right, you're on the air with WEHA. El Presidente speaking.
Hi, this is Tashima.
Hey, Tashima, can you turn your radio down a little bit because I'm hearing a lot of feedback? That's better. That's better. Hey, Tashima.
How are you?
How are you?
I'm good. I was calling about the free dinner.
Okay. Do you have a way to can you get to Kelsey and Kim's today?
Yes, I can.
Okay. Give me your full name.
My name is Tashima Jones.
Spell Tashima.
Tasheema.
Jones?
Yes.
Okay, this is what I want you to do, Tashima. Thanks for listening and thanks for calling in, number one, to get your one free entree, compliments of Kelsey and Kim's, and sponsored by WEHA. And yours is coming from Councilman Kaleem Shabazz, the 3rd Ward Councilman of Atlantic City.
All right.
Call out. I need you. Do you have a way to? Can you call this number that I'm getting ready to give you, Kelsey and Kim's number?
Yes.
Call 609.
Okay.
350. 6800.
Okay.
And tell them you're one of the winners from the radio station WEHA.
WEHA.
Right.
All right.
And then tell them what you want, and you get one free dinner.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
God bless you. Bye-bye.
You too.
All right, so there you go. We got another winner. It's as simple as that. You don't have to answer no questions. You don't have to qualify or anything like that. We just want to be a blessing, and that's what it's all about. And, again, you know, we got a little confusion going on because, as you know, Kelsey and Kim's are just doing takeout only. So I know we're kind of overwhelming them. And also, they're getting a lot of love from a lot of other people. And, again, that's the way it's supposed to be. And so we definitely welcome that. But, again, if you want your dinner, we still have a few more to go. Just give us a call, 609-641-8870, extension 1, 609-641-8870, extension 1. All right? So let's get you back.
Kaleem Shabazz, 3rd Ward Councilperson in Atlantic City. The change of government is being decided now. Atlantic City voters have received your ballots in the mail. Please vote no and return your ballot in the mail as soon as possible. Dear Atlantic City voters, please know that the change of government is a scam, a hoax, and a trick. The scam is to take away your direct vote for mayor to give outside interests control. Please vote no. The hoax is that there is no real local support for this cooked up scheme. Please vote no.
You're on the air with El Presidente, WEHA.
Good afternoon. How are you?
How are you? I'm good, thank you.
I'm good. I'm calling about the free dinner.
Okay, what is your name?
Mary Jefferson.
Mary Jefferson. Are you able to get to Kelsey and Kim's today?
Yes, I am.
Okay, let me write down your name, Mary Jefferson. Okay. All right, Mary. Do you have? Can you write this number down? I'm gonna give you Kelsey and Kim's Uptown location number.
Okay.
You ready?
Yes.
609 350 6800. 609 350 6800. Make sure you tell them that WEHA told you to call.
Thank you so much, and you be safe.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you listening and appreciate you calling in. Enjoy your dinner.
Okay, thank you.
Bye-bye. Okay. All right, y'all. So they going, y'all. They are going. And that was Mary Jefferson. So that gives us a 13. So we still have like 19 more to give away. So we got 32. And and I'm happy about that. We putting their kitchen staff to work. That's good. All right, y'all. We're going to go ahead and keep it going. And that's how we're doing. All right, Lil Kim Burrell. And again, we're going to just cut in where we have to. But we want to give these dinners away. It's Sunday, y'all. Everybody wants a home-cooked meal on Sundays.
In the home. Somewhere along the line, married couples seem to have lost focus and strayed away from what God created. I'm here to tell you, it's really not supposed to be this way.
It's not supposed to be this way. Don't you know it wasn't meant to be this way? We're living the wrong vision, the side of God's intention. I'm telling you it wasn't meant to be this way. In the beginning, God made man. The man was lonely, so then God's plan was to make a woman so they can be together forever happily. That's how it's supposed to be. It's not supposed to be. Oh no, be this way. Oh no, don't you know it wasn't meant to be? We are living the wrong vision. I'm telling you, it wasn't meant to be this way. The Bible says, a man that findeth a wife findeth a good thing. Findeth a good thing. If you have a good thing, hold on to her love. Love her like yourself, unselfish, unconditional. Life's sublime. Life's sublime. Oh, joy. Oh, what a joy you'll find if you have love in your marriage. With God inside, you can conquer anything. God ordained marriage, and the devil hates the very sound of it. But if you have Christ in your life, you can defeat the devil. Let me encourage you, wives, when you've done all you can to make a happy home, and your husband still raises his hand, have respect for yourself and tell that devil. Wives, when your husband loses his job and the bills are due, don't discourage him, encourage him, get together and you'll stay together. a part of our everyday life. I'm telling you, we've lost sight of God's intentions. It's really not supposed to be this way, no.
There is God really deals with the generation as a viable culture or pluralism, you know? And either you don't believe in God, it's not necessary, or there are many roads that lead to God. And we have to get back to the point where we declare the lordship of Jesus Christ, him and him alone. And that's what that song was about. It was letting them know that there's a love that is like no other. There's mercy that never ends. There's strength that'll pull you through. There's God. He's standing in your corner. There's nothing he can't do. There's grace. There's peace. And the crux of it is there is God. So I don't know how well the songs will be received. All I know is like I had to, for lack of a better term, I had to birth them out because they were kicking. It was time. So it's up to God how they're used. But he gave them, and they were peculiar, but quintessentially him.
There is God. He is alive and well, and he reigns supreme over everything. He is the God of all flesh. He is the God that's created everything by the word of his power. And so we give God praise, and we give God honor, and we give God glory. Somebody raise up a praise and shake this place real quick. Hallelujah. The song says, there is love that is like no other. There is strength that will pull you through. There is God standing in your corner. There is nothing he can't do. There is grace that has no measure. There is mercy that has no end. There is a life for you. There is joy and pleasure. There is God. He's your closest friend. Everybody say there is. 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 Say it again. Say there is. There is. Say it again. There is. There is. Say it again. There is. There is. There is God. There is love that is like no other. There is strength, y'all, that will pull you through. There is God standing in your corner. And there is nothing, y'all, nothing that he cannot do. There is grace, oh my, that has no measure. There is mercy that has no end. Oh, there is a life for you. There is joy and pleasure too. And there is God. He's your closest friend. Everybody say, there is. Raise it up, say, there is. Raise it up, say now. There is. There is God. Everybody raise it up, say, there is hope Raise your hand and say, everybody say he is God. Jehovah Jireh, Jehovah Jireh. He is God. He's the God that heals. He's the God that saves. He is God. Yes, he is. He is. Yes, he is. He is. He is. He is, he is, yeah, yeah. He is, he is, that's it. Everybody say, yes, God. Make God's heart happy. Say he is. Make God's heart happy. And declare today, he is. He is God. He is. He is. He is.
Thinking to yourself that you're by yourself, yet and still you're talking loud. But just tell me who you were talking to if you don't believe I'm around. Said I'll never leave, so you're never alone. Even when you feel you are, I'm right here holding your hand, but still you think I'm way too far. What am I gonna do to make you understand that I want what's best for you, and I always have. But maybe you're confused about who I really am. Oh, stand still and know I'm God. You look at your life, then you wonder why your situation never changes. You blame it on them, you blame it on me. Maybe it's you thinking the wrong way. You should close your eyes, open them again. Maybe you'll see that I gave you life and another chance to give me a chance to take you wrong and make it right. What am I gonna do to make you understand? To make you understand that I want what's best for you. I'm the only one, and I always have. Maybe you're confused. Stand still and know I'm God.
Praise the Lord, everybody. El Presidente here, inviting you to tune in Monday through Friday, 9 p.m. to 12 midnight for Gospel Smooth, as we play the smooth sounds of gospel right here on Gospel 88.7 FM WEHA.
Greetings. This is Kaleem Shabazz, president of the Atlantic City branch of the NAACP. Cordially inviting you to listen to our radio program, The NAACP Speaks, this Tuesday, May 5th at 4:30, where our special guest will be the Attorney General for the state of New Jersey, Attorney General Graywalt, who is the first Sikh to be appointed in the nation. He will be our special guest, and we invite you to tune in at 4:30 this Tuesday on WEHA.
When I think of what you've done and how you gave your only son, when I think of who you are, I fall to my knees, 'cause you deserve the glory. And you deserve the praise, and you deserve the honor. Oh, you're worthy of it all. Ooh, I love you, Lord. When I think of what you've done and how you gave your only son, I can't claim your majesty. I can't explain your mysteries. You deserve the glory. You deserve the glory. All my praise. You deserve the honor. Whoa, you're worthy of it all. You are worthy, so worthy. You're worthy. You deserve it all. The high praise I'll raise always. You'll never change. Lord, you deserve it all. You are worthy, so worthy. Lord, you deserve it all. The highest praise. Your love never changes. You deserve it all. When I think of what you've done and how you gave your only son, I can't claim your majesty. I can't explain your mysteries.
All right, we are back. This is Deacon Hawks, also known as El Presidente, and we are glad to be with you on this blessed Sunday afternoon, 26 minutes after the hour of 5. And of course, you know we are giving our Sunday afternoon, Sunday dinner away. Kelsey and Kim's is doing the cooking, and we are giving it away. And as you know, by now, that we here at WEHA wanted to be a blessing and give away 5 dinners to 5 different people. So these 5 people didn't have to worry about cooking. And shortly thereafter, posing our desire to do that, I got a call from freeholder Ernest Coursey. And he heard what we were doing, and he said he wanted to match it. So he called in, freeholder Ernest Coursey, and said he wanted to bless 5 people, each with a dinner from Kelsey and Kim's. And then after that, councilman of the 3rd Ward, Kaleem Shabazz, he followed suit and said he wanted to be a blessing to 5 different people. And he also sponsored 5 dinners from Kelsey and Kim's. So, not to be outdone, Mayor Marty Smalls, Atlantic City Mayor Marty Smalls, got wind of this, and he said, you know something, I'm going to up the ante, and I want to be a blessing and bless 10 different people with dinners from Kelsey and Kim's. So he so graciously donated 10 dinners. And then our good friend, Councilman Sporty Randolph, councilman of the 1st Ward, he said he wanted to sponsor 5 people and buy 5 people Sunday dinner from Kelsey and Kim's. And then a lady that actually was a recipient of one of those dinners, she got her dinner, Miss Demetria Bates, but then she was so gracious and kind and said, you know something, I got me a dinner, and now I want to be a blessing to 2 people and give them a Sunday dinner. So she also pledged to support by sponsoring 2 people with Sunday dinner. So between our 5, Freeholder Coursey's 5, that's 10. 5 for Councilman Kaleem Shabazz, that's 15. Mayor Marty Smalls with his 10, that's 25. 5 from Councilman Sporty Randolph, that's 5, so that's 30. And then 2 from Miss Demetria Bates, that's 32 dinners. 32 dinners that Kelsey and Kim's are going to prepare, compliments of all of these that you heard here on WEHA. So far, we've given away 13 of those dinners. They are open till 8 o'clock tonight. They are taking the orders up to 7:45 tonight. So we want you to call in, no strings attached. Just call 609-641-8870. 609-641-8870. This will entitle you to 1 free entree from Kelsey and Kim's, 1 per household. Of course, you're free to buy more, but we are going to bless each one with 1. Okay, so that's a total of 32, and we've given away 13 of them so far. So if you want your free dinner, courtesy of all of those that were aforementioned, just give us a call at 609-641-8870, extension 1, 609-641-8870. And this is somebody calling in now. Hopefully it's somebody that can be blessed and get one of these dinners, because everybody likes a good home-cooked meal on Sundays especially. That's just how we do. We dig the fast food stuff during the week and when we run it and everything, but on Sunday has always been synonymous with home cooking. So the next best thing other than your home will be someplace like Kelsey and Kim's. Chef Kelsey Jackson and his wonderful wife, Kim Jackson, they've been in business for over 23 years, serving up the finest Southern cuisine found anywhere. And they're an award-winning establishment, I should say black-owned, small business, family-ran, and they have 2 locations, one on Pacific and Kentucky Avenues. That's their supper club, Kelsey's. And then their other location, which they're working out of now for takeout only orders. That's located at 201 Melrose Avenue. And 201 Melrose Avenue, the number is 340-6800. 6800. 350-6800 is their phone number. So even if you don't get a free entree from them by way of us, still make sure that you find your way to Kelsey and Kim's and patronize them and be a blessing to them. I heard on the radio, not on the radio, I heard on the television, they had a commercial on there about supporting your fast food restaurant chains and all of that, and this and that and the other. So we definitely want to support our own, and an establishment like Kelsey and Kim's that have given so much to this community. When, you know, the fact that they can't open up their locations the way they traditionally would. They have one location on Kentucky Avenue that seats 250 people. They can't even open that up. But their Melrose location, they can open it up, but for takeout only. So definitely, we want to flood the telephone lines and flood the establishment with takeout orders, and they're going to be there till 8 o'clock. And that's 7 days a week. They're going to be open 7 days a week from 11 a.m. to 8 p.m., 7 days a week, fixing the finest in Southern cuisine. So you definitely want to give them a call, 609-350-6800. But again, tonight, if you want your free dinner, give us a call here, and we'll give you the hookup, 609-641-8870, extension 1, to call us, and we'll get you that hookup for your free entree from Kelsey and Kim's of Atlantic City. 609-641-8870, extension 1 is the number to call for your free entree.
Anybody believe there's a blessing in the house tonight? Come on, anybody believe there's a blessing? Come on, somebody say it's in the house today. Say it's in the house today. There's a blessing in the room today. Are you ready? Get ready. It's already been released. Anybody believe that? Come on, y'all say there's a blessing in this room today. So get ready. Are you ready? Get ready.
You're in the air with El Presidente, WEHA. Can you hear me? Yes, can you speak up?
Can you hear me?
Can you turn your radio down? Hello, can I hear you? Can you hear me? Hello? I think we lost you. You might have to call back. Call or call back, 609-641-8870, extension 1.
Listen, 'cause in His presence, there is so much
This is El Presidente. You're on with WEHA.
Hello, my name is Roy Harrington.
Okay, do you have a radio on, sir?
Yes, I do. Yes, I am.
Can you turn it down?
Yeah, because I just heard you tell somebody else to turn it down.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I didn't get your name.
I didn't get you. My name is Roy Harrington.
Roy-
I live right across the street from Kelly's and Kim's.
Okay then, sir. I'm glad you called in. Are you hungry?
Yes, I am.
Okay, well we wanna get you some dinner, some Sunday dinner, some good old home cooking dinner from Kelsey and Kim's. Give me your name and I'm gonna hook that right up for you, okay?
All right.
What's your name?
My name is Roy. My last name is Harrington. Harrington.
Roy Harrington. Okay,
Right.
you have a pencil and paper so you can call it because it's takeout only.
Okay, well, I live right across the street from you.
Okay, then I'm gonna call over there and give them your name, okay?
Okay, so I can go over there.
You can go over there, but now because you're not calling ahead, you can't go in, I don't think, because it's takeout only.
Right, exactly.
So as long as you're willing to wait for it, go ahead and put your order in and tell them what you want. I'll call over there for you now and tell them that you're coming in, and you can get one free entree.
Okay, thank you so much.
Anything you want, man. Good. I'm glad you're listening to WEHA, and
Yes, I do. That's the only station I listen to.
I'm so glad, man.
I love God so much.
Amen, man. And I thank you so much for your prayers and your support.
Just what I need, not what I want.
Absolutely, man. Absolutely.
God's good to me all the time.
All the time, brother.
All right, so I ain't gonna go over there right now, but I'm gonna wait, give you a little time to call them, then I'm gonna go.
Okay, then I'll do that. Now they close at 8 o'clock, so they're gonna stop taking orders
Right,
around.
well, I live right across the street. I live in Inlet Towers.
Oh, you live
Right
in Inlet?
across the
Okay,
street
then.
from me. Right.
Hey, sounds good, man. Stay in touch with us, okay?
I sure will. And you have a blessed day and a good one.
God bless you, sir. Bye-bye.
All right, thank you.
All right. All right, so that was Brother Roy Harrington, and we thank God for him, and he'll be able to get his Sunday dinner, and we'll let Kelsey know that he is coming as well. All right, so keep calling in. We got some more Sunday dinners to give out, and we're going to give them out until they're gone, and we got a couple more hours, but we don't want to wait till the last minute because prayerfully they're flooded and getting flooded with orders and busting out the seams with orders, and we want to see that. They are one of our own, and I'm watching lines going around the corner and every place else at some of these fast food restaurants, and I'm not mad with them. I mean, that's what they do, you know what I mean? But this is homegrown, and I love it, man. And we want to give them all the support. Small family business, and this is what it's all about. We got another caller. Hopefully this is somebody that's hungry as well. Let's see what we got here. And thank y'all for being so patient. I know we're kind of doing the unprofessional thing, but y'all know our heart. You're on the line with El Presidente, WEHA.
Hi, this is Tashima again. I'm calling back to see if since nobody's not answering the phone, would I be able to just go in?
You can go over there, but because it's takeout only, you might have to wait for it or leave and come right back or something if you just can't get through. Of course, they're crowded because the phones are crowded because it's takeout only.
Right.
So people are calling in their orders. So either you could give it a little while longer and just try to call in, or just go over there, but just be prepared to wait.
All right, thank you.
But in any case, they have your name. You're Tashima Jones?
Yes, I am.
Yeah, they have your name.
All right, thank you.
Okay, bye-bye. Thank you for calling back.
All right, you're welcome.
Bye. Okay, then. So we're going to make sure you get your dinner. Of course, for you that have won the free Sunday dinner, you just have to exercise a little patience. That's the only thing. Because, of course, their phone lines are being swamped with orders, and that's a good thing. We love to hear it. And the people that are blessing with these dinners, the mayor, Marty Smarls, and Councilman Kaleem Shabazz and Councilman Sporty Randolph and Freeholder Corsi and Dimitri Bates. We are elated that we can do this for you. And of course, we here at WEHA. All right, so the only thing we ask in return is that you just be a little patient with us as you get your Sunday dinner. And it's our intent that everybody will be accommodated that should be accommodated, okay? All right, so let's get back to the music. Give us a call if you want dinner. 609-641-8870, extension 1. One free dinner from Kelsey and Kim's. Uptown, their uptown location, 201 Melrose Avenue. 609-641-8870, extension 1. No strings attached. Give us a call and we'll hook you up with your Sunday dinner tonight.
Wonderful God.
right, that was Bishop Paul S. Morton Sr. with Wonderful God. We're going to keep it going on WEHA, and this is Ephesians 3:20, the inspirational choir ensemble
in this room
featuring
tonight
Minister Thomas
that really
Jennings
loves the Lord and you know
Minister
God.
John
Anybody
Howard.
in here really know Him?
True South Jersey's own, and I love this song, y'all. Again, if you want that free
We
Sunday
serve a
dinner
God
from Kelsey
that-
and Kim's, just give us a call. No
As
strings
Ephesians
attached. Just give us a
3rd
call.
chapter, 20
And we'll hook
verse
you up.
tells us,
609-641-8870,
God that is able to do
extension 1. Give me a
and
call.
abundantly above all that we can ask or think. Is anybody believing God for something you haven't even thought of yet? We're in the season where God wants to pour His Spirit out in the way that we haven't thought about, we haven't even prayed for, we haven't talked to anyone about, but it's all according to the power that worketh within us. If I have about 5 people in this room that don't mind giving God praise and working your power to the place where you call down the power of God and the grace of God to go beyond your wildest dreams, to go beyond your expectations. Hallelujah. Come on, just lift your hands and give Him glory. Come on, just lift your hands, give Him honor right here. Hallelujah.
According to the power that worketh in us, inadequate. I'm not good enough. That's what you think. You think of yourself. God doesn't see you. He doesn't see you that way. He believes in you. Greater is He that is in me than he that is in the and abundantly above all and all that we think, according to the power Lord, that's what you promised. You promised. We need your power. We need it. So you can take us through all of the struggle. Shame and disappointment. Lord, send your power. We need your power. Oh, Lord. That's what you promised. We need
to do exceedingly and abundantly, yes, above, according to the power that worketh in.
I love that song, y'all. That is Ice, the Inspirational Choral Ensemble. And that's featuring my favorite cousin, Minister Thomas Jennings, and one of my good friends and brothers, Minister John Howard, and the whole Ice family. And they're a product of Second Baptist Church, where Collins Days is the pastor. And they have a phenomenal, awesome choir. Hopefully we'll get another call for the free dinners. They are going, and we thank God for that. We don't want to leave anything on the table, and especially as Dr. Thelma Witherspoon says, if it's free, it's for me. And these are indeed free. One free entree. All you have to do is be able to go up there and get it to 201 Melrose Avenue. And once again, we're thankful for the participants, and we didn't know it was going to be like this. We at WEHA, we just wanted to be a blessing, and again, be a blessing to 5 people. And let me say this real quick, because my sister is watching, Delrita. Delrita, thank you for bringing me something to eat. I love you for that. And it was delicious. Thank you, Delrita. And I see my other sister, Ava. She is on here. She didn't bring me any cake or anything, but I forgive her, okay? We got Jerome Stanley. He's listening in. Stephanie Dixon, amen, she is listening. And Joey, my cousin Joey Gaynor, he's on here listening. Barbara Randolph. And we've had different people listening just on and off. But back to this Sunday dinner giveaway. We started off by just wanting to be a blessing to 5 people. And the next thing you know, Freeholder Ernest Corsi called in, and he heard me, and he said he wanted to follow suit. And he wanted to bless 5 people with a Sunday dinner from Kelsey and Kim's. And then after that, Councilman Kaleem Shabazz from the 3rd Ward, he called in and said he wanted to be a blessing to 5 people, and wanted to be a blessing to 5 people with Sunday dinner from Kelsey and Kim's. And then the Honorable Mayor Marty Smalls, he calls in and says, these guys are going to have to, on council and for Freehold, they're going to have to step up their game. I'm going to show them how it's done. So he said, I'm going to donate 10 dinners and feed 10 people Sunday dinner from Kelsey and Kim's. So then, next thing you know, the 1st Ward councilman calls in. My main man, Councilman Sporty Randolph, he calls in. And he says, look, I want to give away 5 dinners. So he donated 5 dinners. Then a sister who actually won one of the dinners, we put her name down to be a recipient of one of the dinners, and then she turns around and says, but I want to be a blessing and bless 2 people with their dinner, with their Sunday dinner from Kelsey and Kim's. So altogether, it's 32 dinners involved. And, we thank God for that, that people want to be a blessing, and that's kind of how you do it. And, of course, it's about Kelsey and Kim's right now. They're a small local business. They're, of course, like other businesses, were affected. They're a neighborhood business. They're actually an institution, though, Atlantic City institution, whose Southern cuisine is known all over the country. They were featured on diners, drive-through, and dives a couple of years ago. They've been on they've received every award when it comes down to fine dining and cuisine. but like many other restaurants, they've had to close their doors, and they have a supper club on Kentucky and Pacific that is closed, and that seats over 250 people. They've been forced to close those doors. And then also, they have a Uptown Melrose Avenue, 201 Melrose Avenue, uptown location that holds about 50 people. But they cannot, have people in there eating. So they are forced to do takeout only. So they just opened for takeout on Friday. So we definitely want to do all we can to support and be a blessing to them. And again, just on a whole nother note, and I'm not telling you what I heard, I'm telling you what I know. Kelsey and Kim's, a local family-owned business, a beautiful husband and wife. They're good friends of ours, Kelsey and Kim Jackson. But they give so much. And again, you may not know what they do, but they are a blessing to so many people. And not, just prominent people or prominent causes or anything like that, but just those seemingly small things, and people that don't command a lot of fanfare or whatever, but are in need. Kelsey and Kim's are the first people that will turn around and help them. I told you earlier, I had an employee one time, and his family, they didn't have a lot of means. And of course, we as a company did what we could do, but they were the first to step in and say, Hawks, let us help you out with this family. And they helped out and donated food and all of that for the repast and all of that stuff like that. And, that's just a personal testimony about Kelsey and Kim. I know as many of you that are under the sound of my voice, you probably have similar stories. And sometimes, you just kind of forego your cause to get on the cause and celebrate the cause of somebody else. And somebody told me the best kind of ship to be aboard, is fellowship. All right? So if you want to be on a good ship, get on the side of fellowship. And I'm telling you, you'll be glad that you did. So even if you didn't win or you don't need a Sunday dinner or something like that, Kelsey's is open 7 days a week for takeout from 11 a.m. to 8 p.m. So we definitely want you to give them a call, 350-6800. That's 350-6800. And again, we want to flood their lines with orders. Of course, you have to be a little patient because they don't have the dine-in. You have to call and put your order in. So of course, you have to exercise a little patience. But I think it'll be worth it. Not only because the food is good, but it also a wonderful, wonderful establishment. So we definitely want to shout out Kelsey and Kim's. And again, we're giving out these dinners. So if you are hungry, you want a free, no questions asked entree from Kelsey and Kim's, just give me a call here at the station. I'm still on the air. I'm going to be on here till at least 8 o'clock. And Kelsey and Kim's closes at 8 o'clock. So I'm going to be here the whole time. And we want you, if you want dinner, one free entree, just call us here at 609-641-8870, extension 1, 609-641-8870. We've had about 14 people that have called so far. So we're about halfway there, and we got another 17 people that we want to be a blessing to. All right, so we got 14. This is somebody that's calling me now, and hopefully they're hungry and can be blessed by a Sunday dinner. Let's see. Hold on here. And I appreciate your patience and you guys kind of understanding what we're doing. This is a local radio station, and it's all about the local. So we're trying to do what we do here. You're in the air with El Presidente, WEHA.
Yes, I'm calling for the dinner.
Oh, okay, then who's calling?
My name's Lenore Hampton.
Hey, Lenore, thank you for calling in and thank you for listening. Did you hear us on the radio?
Yeah, I'm on the radio.
Good. I'm so glad. I'm so glad. Are you hungry?
Yes, I am.
I hear you. Hey, look,
Hot and hungry.
I've been telling everybody. I said everybody wants a nice home cooked meal on Sundays, and the next best thing is someplace like Kelsey and Kim's.
Yes, it is. That is correct.
Give me your name one more time. I'm sorry.
It's Lenore Hampton.
Is this Lenore I went to school with?
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Lenore, how you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm hanging in there, Lenore.
Yes.
It's good to hear your voice.
Yeah, you too. Well, I hear you all the time.
Oh, good, good, good. Well, keep us in prayer, and, we just trying to make it do what it do.
Absolutely, absolutely. And you guys are doing it. We appreciate you.
I thank you so, so much. That means so, so much to me. Do you have their number? Because I'm going to give you their number. You of course, the line, it might be crowded or something like that.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I'm already up here waiting for somebody else's dinner. My daughter had called in.
Got you. Let me get. So, are you going to call in?
Yeah, I'm going to call in.
Okay, I'm going to give you the number. You ready?
I have it. I have the number.
Okay, then. Well, you enjoy your dinner, and I'm going to call them now. And this is also compliments beside WEHA. You might have heard, if you heard, we had several of our politicians to call in that wanted to sponsor dinners as well. So this one is sponsored also beside the radio station, Third Ward Councilman Kaleem Shabazz.
Kaleem Shabazz. Okay, thank you
Yeah.
so much, and good to talk to you.
Hey, Lenore, I'll see you at the next thing, right?
Okay, you sure will.
You take
All
care.
Right, honey, have a good one,
You
okay?
too, and thank you for the words of encouragement.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Bye now.
Bye-bye.
Okay. That's one of my old schoolmates, and we go way back. And it's good to know that she will be getting a dinner as well. So it's as simple as that. It's as simple as that. So that's how we're doing it. Give us a call, 609-641-8870, and we're going to be giving these dinners away until they're gone. So far, that's 15 dinners, and we want you to get yours if you're hungry, and have Sunday dinner on us, okay? And also a great restaurant, a good eating establishment, just a nice place, and good people, Kelsey and Kim Jackson. So, go up there and support them. And again, you never know when it's going to be your turn. So do all you can while you can for somebody else. And because, again, you never know when it's going to be your turn. And you're going to want someone to help you out. And, their food speaks for itself. So it's not even just about helping. It's just about supporting. And we, particularly in the community, in our local community, we always talking about, we need to do more supporting of each other and this and that and the other. I've been going past fast food restaurants, and I'm telling you, I've been seeing the lines around the block and all of that, and, listening to the commercials and this and that and the other and all of that. And, we don't report in our neighborhoods millions and millions of dollars worth of profits and all of that stuff. And of course, I'm not mad at nobody for getting their bag, securing their bag. I'm not mad at nobody. But it's something about supporting your own people that that are right in your neighborhood, that are right in your backyard, and people that will help you out in your time of trouble and time of need and all of that. And they're right here, right there in Atlantic City, 201 Melrose Avenue. So, yeah, we bigging it up today. That's what the Lord laid on our heart, and that's what we're doing. And I'm just so grateful and thankful for those that have joined in with us and said they wanted to sponsor dinners as well. Freeholder Ernest Coursey and Third Ward Councilman Kaleem Shabazz, and the mayor, Honorable Mayor Marty Smalls, and First Ward Councilman Sporty Randolph. And then, a lady that she's not a councilman or anything like that, but she just wanted to be a blessing, Demetria Bates. So I'm thankful to all these people, and that just kind of piggybacked off of what we wanted to do and just enhanced it. And that many more people could be blessed with Sunday dinner. Okay. All right then. So we're gonna get you back to the music again. If you want to call in, we're gonna just interrupt every time. So y'all know we doing it kind of sloppy here, but it's okay. Y'all know our heart, and at the end of the day, that's the most important thing. All right. So let's get you back to the music that you love. This is a little bit of Orlando Draper and the Associates with Take My Yoke right here on WEHA, and I'm your host, El Presidente.
Feeling like all joy is gone. Feeling like my life alone. I just need some tender caring. Please, Lord, come and see about me. I'm so broken. My heart crying out to you, Lord. I need you to rescue me now. Healing like nobody else. Healing like nobody's there. I just need some understanding. Please, Lord, come and see about me. I'm so empty. I'm so lonely, Lord, and I need some help from you. Take my yoke and learn of me. Jesus said, take my yoke upon you and learn of me. For my yoke is easy. My burdens are light. Oh yeah, yeah. My yoke is easy. My burdens are light. Take my yoke upon you and learn of me. For my yoke is easy. I will set you free. Yeah, yeah. Take my yoke upon you. Why don't you learn about the pain of me? Learn about the pain. Take my yoke upon you. Why don't you come unto Jesus? Come unto Jesus. He wants you to take control. Take my yoke. You can take my yoke.
Let's go to that part that says, yoke is easy. Yoke. Yoke is easy. Burdens are light. Yoke is easy. Yoke is easy. How many know his yoke is easy? Burdens are light.
Look, I gotta say it like this. I mean, I know I'm going through some situations in my life, but I can still say I'm good because I recognize everything's working together for me. Even on my worst days, it's still for God's glory. Say,
So many days I thought I couldn't move on. I'm good. I was bound to hide the pain inside. I'm good. To feel the love of God and I wonder why. I'm good. So good. Many times I felt like giving up. I'm good. Nobody in my life who I could trust.
I know that's right. Yeah.
It's not easy in my life right now. I'm good. I know the Lord will make a way somehow. I'm good. So good.
Say I'm good.
He will be there for me. I'm good. He's my friend indeed. I'm good. See him now it's growing.
Come on.
I'm good. So good. I'm good. This thing will last too long.
It's making me stronger.
Only making you strong. I'm good. Everything is wrong.
So many people.
Many people reaching out to my life. I'm good. No one around all the nights I prayed and cried. I'm good. My family didn't seem to understand. I'm good.
But Father, you were still there for me. You held my hand.
I'm good. So good.
Yeah.
Life can bring so many things. I'm good. But now I know that God is always here.
You're always here with me. Yeah.
No matter what my situation is. I'm good.
You stick by my side.
He's my closest friend right to the end. I'm good. So good. He will be there for me. I'm good. He's my friend indeed. I'm good. See him now it's growing.
Come on.
I'm good. So good. I'm good. This thing will last too long. I'm good. It's only making you strong. I'm good. Everything
It's only making you stronger.
Woo!
Now I know these hard times won't last too long. It will get better if I just hold on to your words that you told me. I'm good.
Come on, clap your hands with us. Listen to everybody who's been counted out. Listen.
I'm good. You thought I wouldn't survive without you in my life. I'm good. But he held me close when I needed him most.
You was there for me, and you held me late in the midnight hour. Yeah.
Victory.
Listen, when people say you're not gonna make it, lift your voice and say,
I'm good.
When they try to destroy your dreams, come on.
I'm good.
That's right. I know it's raining in your life right now, but you gotta say that you're still good in spite of all that you're going through. We've been mighty new for a night. Here comes comes in joy. That confuses the enemy, y'all. Say this, I'm good. Come on. When you feel like giving up, you're still good. I know you can't see the sun from all the rain. Come on, but you're good. Don't let the devil see your sweat. Don't let him steal your joy.
It's a Monday morning and another long week I have to face. So many problems I have to solve, so much going on. It seems like there is never enough money to do all the things that I have to do. I sit down and I wonder how I'm gonna make it. What am I gonna do? Look to the hills, from whence comes my help. All of my help coming from the Lord. It's gonna get better for me. It's gonna get better for me. Look to the hills and be blessed. And be blessed. I feel a sharp pain in my body. Lord, what is this? What is it now? I've gotta go down to see my doctor. Gotta see what's going on. I can't afford to get sick. It's not the right time. Oh, please, not Lord. I've got so many depending on me. What am I gonna do? I'm gonna look to the hills, from whence comes my help. All of my help, it cometh from the Lord. It's gonna get better for me. It's gonna get better for me. If I just look to the hills and be blessed. Lord, you said in your word that I could bring my cares to you. Whatever I'm feeling, whatever I need, Lord, you'll be there to see me through.
created you with a purpose in mind. You're not just here by accident, but there's purpose and destiny locked up inside of you. Come on, go get it. Destiny. You got purpose and destiny. Somebody go and get it. Yeah. Purpose and destiny. He created. That's right. Okay, let's go. Come on, get it. 'Cause God's got a plan for you. God's got a plan for your life. God's got a plan for your life. Come on. Purpose and destiny. Jeremiah 29:11 says, "For I know the plan I have for you, declares the Lord. Plans to prosper you, not to harm you. Plans to give you a hope and a future." God created you with a plan in mind. For a reason, this is your season. Is destiny locked up inside of you. Walk into your destiny. It's time for you to get up and see what God sees. Believe what God says. You can have it by faith if you have it God's way. Purpose and destiny. Come on. Yeah. Somebody go and get it. Yeah. Purpose and destiny. You got it. Come on. Purpose and destiny. He created. That's right. Okay, let's go. Yeah. 'Cause God's got a plan for you. Somebody go and get it. Yeah. For your life. God's got a plan for your life. Come on. Purpose and destiny. So, if you're sitting around wondering what you gonna do, how you gonna make it, what's your purpose? God already has a plan. Jeremiah 1:5 says, "Before I formed you in your mother's womb, I knew you. Before you were born, I set you apart, I appointed you." You've been pre-called, pre-wired, pre-equipped for a purpose. So behold, the call has been made from the foundations of the world. Sing a new song unto the Lord. Sing a song unto all the heavenlies. For God has brought you out to bring you into purpose and destiny. Come on. Yeah. You got purpose and destiny. Somebody go and get it. Yeah. Purpose and destiny. He created. That's right. Okay, let's go. 'Cause God's got a plan for you. God's got a plan for your life. Somebody go and get it. Yeah. Come on. Purpose and destiny. Habakkuk 2:2-3 says, "Write the vision down and make it plain, so that those that read may run. For the vision is for an appointed time, but at the end it shall speak and not lie. Though it tarry, wait for it, because it shall come to pass." It's time to write the vision and make it plain. It's time to run. God created you with a plan in mind. Walk into your destiny. Walk into your purpose. It's your season. Come on, it's time to get up and get what God has for you. Yeah. Come on, you stand up. Yeah. Come on, get up. Come on, you stand up. Yeah. Get up. Come on, jump up.
All right, that was Nicole Mullen and Purpose and Destiny, and that's been in the rotation a long time. I love that song. It never gets old. That's the one thing about gospel music. It's always timely. It always speaks to a message, to a situation, and we thank God for it. We got more music coming, and of course, I'm a little discombobulated right now because we're trying to give away these dinners, and I'm thankful for it. It's a lot of chaos going on, but that's a good thing. between us taking the orders and us actually getting in touch with Kelsey and Kim's, and they're being swamped, and that's what we wanted to see. I am so proud of you in the Atlantic City area and surrounding areas that are supporting one of our own local businesses, Kelsey and Kim's, Atlantic City institution and surrounding area for over 23 years. And of course, there are many other small businesses out here that could use support and use help as well. But the Lord laid on our heart here at WEHA to rock with Kelsey and Kim's today. And so that's what we're doing. So we still have more dinners to give away, and we only have about an hour and 45 minutes. So we want to go here, an hour and 15 minutes. So we want to still go ahead and give away the rest of these dinners. It's one free dinner. And what I do now is when you call in, I'll call to the restaurant, and then you just have to hook it up where you call in, but you don't have to wait. You can go there or whatever, and they'll have your name down, and you just have to put your order in. But in any case, give us a call so we can make that happen. 609-641-8870, 609-641-8870, so you can get your free entree from Kelsey and Kim's. 609-641-8870, extension 1, for your free entree to Kelsey and Kim's. And so far, we got 15 people that got their entree from Kelsey and Kim's, and hopefully this will make number 16. And once we get in, we'll put their names down, and this will be from Mayor Malls. And hopefully this will be somebody that will be blessed with their entree as well. Let's see who they are. El Presidente, you're on the line with WEHA.
Hello, El Presidente.
Hey, hello. Who am I speaking with?
This is DJ Camper's mom.
Hey, sis. God bless you. You know something? I hadn't seen you in a while, and the last time I talked to DJ, I told him to give you my regards.
He did that. I'm so glad to hear your voice.
I'm glad to hear your voice, too.
Everybody's well?
Everybody's well. To God be the glory.
To God be the glory.
To God be the glory. Had a few challenges like most of us, but God is a provider. God is a healer, and God will bless you. And I'm glad that I can testify to that.
Amen. He's that and so much more. So I'm driving in my car on my way to Atlantic City, and I was calling in about that free Kelsey and Kim's dinner.
Man, go, sis, you go ahead. I'm getting ready to say, man, I'm not talking about. hey, look, but me and you cool, so you know what I mean. Hey, look, you go on over there. All I got to do is write down your full name, and then you can call ahead. Now, I'm going to be honest with you. You may not get right through because they are extremely swamped, which we wanted it to be that way. But so you can make your way over there, keep trying to call in. If you don't get them over the phone, just go there. They'll have your name and put that and just put your order in and get your free entree.
All right. Well, praise God. Thank you, Jesus.
Amen.
Thank you so much.
Amen. And if you heard the story, we started off by here at WEHA. We just wanted to be a blessing to 5 people. And I had a couple of good friends that we all know and love call in, and they wanted to follow suit. And I'm just going to mention the names for those that are just joining us. Freeholder Ernest Coursey, he heard me donate 5, so he wanted to donate 5. And then Councilman Kaleem Shabazz, the 3rd Ward councilman, he heard Coursey and me, so he wanted to donate 5.
Wow.
And then the Honorable Mayor Marty Smalls, he heard Councilman Kaleem Shabazz and also Freeholder Coursey and me. So, of course, he wanted to outdo everybody. And he said, I'm going to donate 10 dinners.
Wow.
Isn't that wonderful? And then Councilman Sporty Randolph, the 1st Ward councilman, he called in and he said, look, y'all not leaving me behind. I want to donate 5 dinners. And then, isn't that beautiful? And then another lady, she's not a councilman or anything like that. Her name is Demetria Bates. She actually won a dinner, but she wanted to turn around and be a blessing. So she said she wants to sponsor 2 people. So we're trying to get all this done, and we got to give them away within the next hour. So I'm glad you calling in, and this is somebody else that's called me. So give me your name, and I'm gonna call over there.
Fannie, F as in Frank, A-N-N-I-E, Smith, S-M-I-T-H, hyphen, Tally, T-A-L-L-Y.
Okay, sis, let me take this other call, and you go in and enjoy your dinner. If you have any problems, call me back.
Thank you, El Presidente. God bless you.
God bless you. Take care. Stay in touch. WEHA, you on the air with El Presidente.
I'm calling for my orders for Kelsey's.
Okay, what's your name, sir? What's your name, sir? Hello? Did we lose you? Okay, try to call back, sir. We want you to get that free Sunday dinner. Just give us a call back. All right, well, as simple as that. And it's always good to hear from people that you know. And Sister Fannie, real nice lady, and just good people. And I'm glad that she'll be able to take advantage of this Sunday dinner on tonight. And all of you so far. And again, WEHA, along with us, we had some good people. You just heard their names. And now we're in the batch of Mayor Marty Small. We finished the batch that I gave away. We finished the batch that Freehold DeCourcy gave away. We finished the batch that Councilman Kaleem Shabazz gave away. And now we're in the batch that Mayor Marty Smalls is giving away. He wanted to buy 10 people Sunday dinner. So we want to go ahead and get that. Hopefully the gentleman that just called will call back, because we don't want to leave anything on the table, and we want to get all this done today. So give us a call back, sir, 609-641-8870, extension 1, 609-641-8870. I've talked to Kelsey, Mr. Kelsey Jackson, owner, along with his wife, Kim Jackson, a number of times, and they are extremely busy, and they are glad for the support. And I knew they would be, and that's what it's all about. Hopefully this is that caller calling back. Let me get his info again. Hold on, hang in there with us, y'all. And thank y'all, our listening audience. Don't throw anything at the radio. We know it's all kind of like sloppy and everything, but y'all know our heart, what we're trying to do. So you're listening to WEHA, El Presidente on the line.
Okay, this is Jitney 34. I'm listening to your station. I'm calling about your free dinner.
Oh, okay then. Now, what's your name?
George Ingram.
Hey, George. How you doing, brother?
Good.
Okay, then I'm going to put you down. Do you have Kelsey and Kim's phone number?
No, I don't.
Do you have something to write with?
Give me a second.
Are you listening to the radio?
Yes.
Okay. I'm glad. Thank you for listening. Thank you for your prayers and well wishes and your support.
Hello?
Yes. You ready?
Yeah, yes.
Okay, it's 609
609
350
350
6800.
Hold on.
Right, 350-6800. Now, if you don't get through, you may, because it's only takeout only, you might not get through right away. You could keep trying, but in the meantime, if you don't mind waiting, you could just go up there and give them your name. Tell them that this is from that you're coming up there from WEHA radio station, and Mayor Marty Smalls.
Okay, great.
Okay, and if you have any problem, give me a call. But if you can't get through, don't get worried. You could just go up there and place your order for your free entree.
All right. Thank you so much.
All right, keep on listening and keep on praying for us.
All right. Yes, sir.
God bless you.
Bless you.
All right. So, once again, that's Mr. George Ingram. Okay, so that's why we want to do it. We got about 15 more to give away, and we want to do it. We got about literally 1 hour because they're stopping orders at 7:45. They close at 8 o'clock, and it's still not too late to get your free Sunday dinner from Kelsey and Kim's. And again, we're just thankful. None of this was planned, y'all. None of this was planned. So that's why it's all over the place. But I love it. I love it. It speaks to everybody just kind of getting in where they fit in. And that's what it's all about in your local neighborhood, your local community, just kind of gathering each other up for a common cause, to be a blessing to, of course, you, the people out there in our radio audience, but also to be a blessing to a staple in the community, a local small business who they're doing their thing for over 23 years, and we just want them, just show them some love. And everybody knows them. Everybody has eaten at their establishments, but things are a little bit different. You can't dine in like you normally would, and all of that good stuff. So you have to call in and do takeout orders. And they're going to be open 7 days a week for takeout only, 11 to 8 at night, Kelsey and Kim. So it's a wonderful thing. All right? And this is them calling me now. I'm going to put you back onto some music, and we'll see what's going on from here.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Got some bad news from the physician. My heart started pounding as I listened to what was said, 'cause in my head I never thought it could happen to me. But I recall what I was taught in the 34th chapter of the book of Psalms. In spite of our afflictions, He'll deliver us from them all. My trust still lies in You. I know You're gonna bring me through this trial, but I'm not ending now. I know it's gonna get hard sometimes, and when those moments come, I'll rest within Your arms and give You praise for what's about to come. No matter how long it takes, I'll never give up my praise. So while I wait, I'll be patiently praising You. No matter how long it takes, no matter how long, I'll never give up my praise. So while I wait, I'll be patiently praising You. Every day is a brand new day. Gotta take some time to renew my faith, 'cause the pain is saying opposite of what the Bible says in the book of James. The proud faith shall save the sick. The Lord will raise them up once again. Yeah, that encourages me to praise Him along the way to my breakthrough. My trust still lies. I'm still trusting You. I know You're gonna bring me through this trial, 'cause it's gonna get hard sometimes. And when those moments come, and when they come, I'm gonna rest in Your heart and give You praise for what's about to come. Yeah. No matter how long I lift my hands. Hey, I raise my voice.
All right, that's the sounds of Low Power right here on 88.7 and 100.3 FM, where we have gospel with Christ-centered, community-focused, listener-supported. We have gospel, spreading the gospel one song at a time. Also, make sure you log on to our website, wehavegospel.com. Don't forget, also, you can download our app. We have our very own app, the WEHA app, the We Have Gospel app, and you can take WEHA everywhere you go on your smartphone devices. That's right. Also, follow us on Instagram, Facebook, and all platforms of social media. We are getting down to the nitty gritty, y'all. We got about 45 minutes to go for these free entrees at Kelsey and Kim's, and we want to go ahead and give them out. We got about maybe like about 13, 14 more to give away, and we want the people that want dinner. I know it's getting a little late for some of y'all, and for some of y'all, this is actually dinner time. So the people are calling in. We're calling Kelsey and Kim's and hooking you up, and I haven't gotten any more problems. Of course, like anything, it gets a little bit crazy sometime, but we got it together. And once again, compliments to everyone over at Kelsey and Kim's that are keeping up with not only the orders that they're getting from other customers, but also the orders we're calling in. And whenever you're dealing with people that win something, it could get a little bit confusing sometimes. So we're thankful for their patience and them, working along with us as we are working along with them to make this happen. And on behalf of Kelsey and Kim's and Freeholder Corsi and Councilman Kaleem Shabazz and Mayor Marty Smalls and Councilman Sporty Randolph and Tamitra Bates. We are thankful to you for availing yourselves by way of your resources to be a blessing to the people in the surrounding area to get this free Sunday dinner. And it's more about the spirit in which is being done than anything else. The meal is going to be delicious. It's going to be a wonderful thing, but it's something about when people are coming together and people are supportive of a common cause and just supporting of a fellow small business, if you will, a neighborhood business, a family-owned business, a minority-owned business. And all of these components just make up a wonderful thing. So we're glad to be a part of it and just be a blessing in the small way that the Lord has laid on our heart to do. Also, we thank God for Elder Darrell Mobley. Darrell Mobley, beside being my good friend and brother, he is the managing director of respiratory therapy for Atlanticare for both mainland and Atlantic City. He's in charge of all of the respiratory therapy departments over there. And of course, he, along with his colleagues, are to be commended as being first-line responders, and particularly a department like his that deals specifically in the areas of respiratory issues. And so we're thankful to him for calling us and sharing his expertise and giving us a couple of tips and even some of his concerns on how we should govern ourselves during this COVID-19 pandemic. So again, we're thankful to him as well. And thanks to my sister Del Rita, who she heard me on the air going back and forth, and she brought me over a plate. So thank you, Del Rita. It was delicious. I kind of guzzled it down a little bit between songs and all of that. And sometimes I got to remember that I'm on Facebook because Facebook Live because I don't need everybody seeing me sucking up food like that. And but you forget that you're on Facebook Live. But it's all good. That's why I've been coming on for the past few weeks. just been wanting to hang out with y'all. No particular agenda. No particular agenda. We wanted to just kind of be here, and we're here 24 hours a day, 7 days a week anyway. And, sometimes I just want to come on and just hang out with my people. I hear you guys always give me, as you heard on the radio, so much positive feedback and so much love and encouragement. And you hear it on the air from time to time, and I get it in the street all the time. And, it's just a wonderful thing to be able to hang out with you guys and just kind of feed off of each other's energy and love. All right? And so that's what it's all about. It's 53 minutes after the hour of 6, 8 minutes before 7. We got about less than an hour, but we want to go ahead and give away these dinners. And, this is not just for any group of people. This is not just for Atlantic City people. If you can get over to Kelsey and Kim's, what we don't want you to do is we don't want you to call up and say you want a dinner and then don't go get it. Because, of course, that would mess it up for somebody else who really had intended on going over to get one of the dinners. So if you want a dinner, please give us a call, 609-641-8870, 609-641-8870, extension 1. That way you can get your dinner. We can give you the phone number, or you can go over there. We can tell you the sponsors and all of that good stuff, and that way you can get your dinner. All right? And it's not too late to eat your Sunday dinner. 609-641-8870. No strings attached. All you have to do is call. 609-641-8870, extension 1. We've given out about 17 or 18 so far, and we got about 13 or 14 more that we want to give away within this last hour. All right? So help us give it away, y'all. We're trying to give it away. So help us give it away, okay? It's one per family and one per household. So, of course, we want to be cognizant because we want to give as many families an opportunity as well. It's one free for you, but if you want to buy something else from Kelsey and Kim's, feel free. But the one dinner will be compliments of those names that you heard us mention earlier, okay? But, of course, if you need 5 dinners, 10 dinners, we want you to order them. Know that one is from us and the other 9 you order is from you. All right? So that's how we rocking over here at WEHA. We're going to get you back to the music that you love. Today, no rules, no agenda. If you want to call in, you got something pertinent that you want to say, something relevant, and particularly during this COVID-19 pandemic, if you have some information that you want to share or something like that, you can give us a call as well. 609-641-8870, extension 1, 609-641-8870, extension 1. All right, here's some Marvin Sapp for you, and this is, no. I want to go back to the Winans. This is Straighten My Life Out. I want to hear this first. And this is by the Winans right here on WEHA. Y'all remember this? Straighten My Life Out?
Thought I had it under total control. Feelings inside seem to override what I know. I'll take the blame, and I feel quite ashamed that I let it go this far. But I'm coming to you, honest and true, telling you, do what you have to, for I don't want to love. I don't
You're on the line with El Presidente, WEHA.
Yes, my name is Estella Jones.
Uh-huh.
And I'm calling in for one of the dinners.
Okay then, Estella. Are you able to get to Kelsey and Kim's?
Yes, where are they located?
They are located at 201 Melrose Avenue, Uptown in Atlantic City.
Yes, 201.
Melrose Avenue, Uptown. Melrose Avenue, Melrose.
Yes, I used to live uptown years ago.
Yeah. Okay then, give me your name one more time.
Estella Jones.
Is it Estella E-S?
Estella.
Jones.
Jones.
Oh.
One of the Jones girls.
Okay. I'm going to give you a number. You have a pencil and paper handy?
Yes.
I'm going to give you a number to call in. To call them. If you don't get a hold of them, just go up there and place your order.
Okay.
Okay, it's 609 350
Yes.
6800.
6800.
No, 6800.
Oh, 6800.
Yes, 350 6800.
I got you. I got it.
Okay, now if you don't get through, don't get discouraged. Just go up there and place your order. But you know they only have takeout only.
Yes, I know.
Now,
Yes.
when they ask you, tell them this is from WEHA.
Okay.
And Mayor Marty Smalls.
WEHA and Marty Smalls. Yeah,
And Mayor Marty Smalls.
Right.
Okay, then. Enjoy your dinner.
Thank you. God bless you. And I listen to you every Sunday.
Thank you so much, and I appreciate that from the bottom of our heart. Keep us in prayer, okay? And keep on listening.
I will do that. Okay, because we all need prayer.
You're absolutely right about that. God bless you now.
Yes, God bless you too.
Enjoy your dinner.
All right.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
All right. I see it was other people trying to call in, and we encourage you to call back, 609-641-8870, 641-8870. Please call back, okay? And make your claim to this Sunday dinner, okay? All right. Now, speaking of Kelsey and Kim's, check it out.
Kelsey and Kim's is now open 7 days a week for lunch and dinner, 11 a.m. to 8 p.m. Takeout only, 609-350-6890. Pickups only, delivery service coming soon. Address 201 Melrose Avenue, Atlantic City, New Jersey. Kelsey and Kim's is now open for takeout, the best Southern cuisine.
All right, you're on the phone with El Presidente. This is WEHA.
This is Robert Walton calling you.
I'm sorry, Rob Walton?
This is Robert Walton calling you?
Yes.
Yes, I'm just calling in about the dinner down at Kelsey and Kim's.
Okay, then. You didn't call me earlier, did you, Rob?
I called you, and then the other lady got on, and then I couldn't talk to you, so I had to hang up and call back again. Yes, sir.
Got you. Okay, then. All right, let me put your name down. Rob Walton?
Yes, sir.
R-O-B, Walton, W-A-L-T-O-N?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you have a paper and pencil? I'm going to give you Kelsey and Kim's number.
Yes, sir, I got it. Yes, sir. I'm waiting.
609
Okay, 609
350
68
00.
Yes,
When you call, if you don't get through, you might just have to go up there before they close and put your order in because it's takeout only and they're extremely busy, so they can't get right to the phone, but you can still go up there.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much.
Now, when you go, make sure you tell them that that WEHA and Mayor Marty Smalls.
Okay, Mayor Marty Small. Yes, sir.
Make sure you give them the radio station and Mayor Marty Smalls so they can take you off the list because I'm going to call them and let them know you're coming or calling.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you. God bless. Keep on listening.
Yes, sir. God bless you too. Yes, sir. I will.
Bye-bye.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Okay. WEHA 88.7 El Presidente.
Yes, I was calling about the dinner. This is from Kelsey and Kim.
Okay, then. What's your name?
Claudia Caesar.
Wait a minute. Claudia?
Yes, C-L-A-U-D-I-A.
Wait a minute. Wait. C-L-A-U-D-I-A.
Yes, Caesar. C-E-A-S-A-R.
Claudia, see. Are you able to get to Kelsey and Kim's before they close at 8?
Yes.
Okay, then. I'm going to give you their number so you can call in. If you can't get through, just go up there and put your order in before they close because their phone lines are extremely busy because they're doing takeout only. But if you can't get through, still just go up there and put your order in and they'll give you your entree. Let me give you the number. Ready?
Yes, I'm ready.
609-350
35.
0
Uh-huh.
68
68.
00.
00. What's the address?
It's 201
Uh-huh.
Melrose Avenue. That's all the way uptown.
Oh, okay. I know what's that.
Okay, 201 Melrose Avenue. Now, when you go there, tell them the WEHA, WEHA, the radio station, and Mayor Marty Smalls.
Oh, Marty Smalls. Okay.
Okay?
All right, no problem.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. God bless.
Keep us in prayer now.
Okay, I will. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Okay. All right, y'all keep on calling in, and we don't want to leave any meals on the table, and we are getting there. So we definitely want you to get yours. We want you to get yours, and we'll go from there.
Kelsey and Kim's is now open 7 days a week for lunch and dinner, 11 a.m. to 8 p.m. Takeout only, 609-350-6890. Pickups only, delivery service coming soon. Address 201 Melrose Avenue, Atlantic City, New Jersey. Kelsey and Kim's is now open for takeout. The best Southern cuisine.
Shit! You might as well put your hands together. We're going to praise him a little bit longer up in here. Come on, brothers. I need to hear you say something. Say, I wanna. Can I say it with me? Say, I wanna. That's right. Let me hear the brothers on this side. Say, I wanna. Sisters, you can join in. If you want to know his ways, let me hear. Oh, yeah. Come on. Here I stand before you. Your glory is here, and it fills this place. And I am willing to do what I must just to know your ways. Everything I've attained, and all I know, I give it away. Just to know you, Lord. To know you better. What's
This is El Presidente. You're on the line with WEHA. Sure you can. Are you able to get to Kelsey and Kim's before they close at 8 o'clock?
Yeah, I just left there. I'll go back, though.
Okay, yeah, go right back. Give me your name.
Al Brooks.
Al Brooks. Okay, Mr. Brooks. Look, when you go up there, let me give you their phone number, okay?
I already have it.
Okay, when you go up there, tell them this WEHA sent you, along with Mayor Marty Small.
Very good.
Okay?
All right.
Thank you. If you can't get through, just go up there because they're swamped with phone calls.
Okay, very good.
All right, Mr. Brooks, keep on listening, all right?
All right, yeah, thank you for the radio station, man. God bless.
God bless you, man. Appreciate you so much.
All right, peace.
Bye-bye. All right. All right, that's what I like to see. That's what I like to see. We want to give away the rest of these dinners. I told y'all it's dinner time now. Jokers is ready to eat. And I don't blame you. Let's see who we got here. We got a few more dinners to give away. You're listening to WEHA, El Presidente speaking.
Hi, yes, I'm calling for a free dinner.
Okay, what's your name?
Amanda Camper.
Amanda Camper?
Yes.
Okay, then. Are you able to get to Kelsey and Kim's within the next 45 minutes or so?
Yes, I am.
Okay, then. Amanda, M-A-M. I'm just writing your name down.
A-M-A-N-D-A.
Camper.
Yes.
Okay, then. I'm going to give you their phone number for you to call in your order because they're doing takeout only.
Okay.
You ready?
Give me 1 second.
Sure. You listening to the station?
Yes, I am.
I'm so glad. Thank you for your support. Keep us in prayer.
You're welcome. I'm ready for the number.
609
Yes.
350
350.
6800.
1600.
No, 6800.
68.
345 6800.
Okay, thank you.
Now look, if you can't get through, you're gonna just have to go up there because their lines are real crowded. Also, make sure you give them the name of the radio station when they ask so they know who you are, because I'm gonna give them your name, WEHA, and also Mayor Marty Small.
Okay.
All right?
Yes.
Thank you, and thanks for listening.
Thank you.
Blessings. All right, y'all. We are getting there. We are getting there. We got about 12 more dinners, about 11 more dinners to give out. Come on, y'all. Let's go ahead and give away these 11 dinners. I don't like leaving food on the table. I came up in one of those households that you couldn't get up off the table. You couldn't get out you couldn't leave the table until all the food was gone. So look, we got about 11 more dinners, and we don't want to leave no food on the table. All right? And we thank God, for all those that are taking advantage of it, and all of those that are presented. And once again, we can't assume that everybody knows what's going on. So just kind of indulge us and let us tell you exactly what's going on. Earlier today, before we came on the air, we had put forth what the Lord laid on our heart to be a blessing to 5 people and bless them with a Sunday dinner from Kelsey and Kim's. As you know, that they have been closed due to this pandemic, and they can't allow any sit-in business. And so they literally have been closed. They just opened back on Friday for takeout only. So we, being good friends and wanting to be good supporters of them, said that we wanted to bless 5 people with dinners. And then shortly thereafter, and a lot of you that have been listening all day, you've heard this story 100 times, but for those that don't know, because we want to give credit where credit is due, shortly after, freeholder Ernest Corsi called me. And good friend of ours and good friend of the station, and he said he wanted to donate 5 dinners and be a blessing to 5 people with dinners from Kelsey and Kim as well. Shortly thereafter, Councilman Kaleem Shabazz, 3rd Ward Councilman Kaleem Shabazz, called in as well and said that he wanted to be a blessing to 5 people and sponsor 5 dinners from Kelsey and Kim's. And then, of course, after that, none other than the Honorable Mayor Marty Smalls, he calls in and says, Hawks, tell my colleagues to up their game. And I'm going to do 10 dinners. So, that's how the players play. So, of course, we were happy about that as well. So, Mayor Marty Smalls, upped the game with 10 dinners. And then Councilman Sporty Randolph said, I want to do 5 dinners. And then last, Miss Demetri Bates, she said, I want to do 2 dinners. And that's how we got it going. So we gave most of them away. We still got about 11 more to go. and we want to give the rest of them away. Hopefully, this is somebody that wants one of those dinners. You're on the line with El Presidente, WEHA.
Dinner.
You're on the line with El Presidente, WEHA.
I'm calling for a free dinner.
You calling for a free dinner?
Yeah.
What's your name, man?
David Lester.
David Lester?
Lester, yeah, Luster.
All right, let me write that down. David.
Uh-huh.
Spell that last name again.
Luster.
Luster. Okay, then. I appreciate you calling in, and I'm going to give you Kelsey and Kim's number. Are you able to get there in the next next half hour or so?
Yeah, I can get over there.
Okay, let me give you their number because they're doing takeout only, so you have to order your entree to go. If you don't get in on the phone, don't worry about it. Just go there and put your order in before they close.
Okay.
Okay, let me give you the number. Ready?
All right.
It's 609 350 6800. Okay, then, man. Enjoy your Sunday dinner, okay? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Tell them when you get there, make sure you tell them WEHA sent you along with Mayor Marty Smalls.
Okay.
Okay?
All right.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
All right, y'all. It's as simple as that. And they starting to go out the door now. We got a few more left to give away. If you still want to get your free Sunday dinner, all you have to do is give me a call. We ain't answering no questions. We ain't tripping. We ain't telling you to give us your firstborn or none of that. We ain't answering you a bunch of qualifying questions or anything like that. We just want to share Sunday dinner with you. That's all. You know, and y'all know Sunday dinner is synonymous with home cooking. So if you don't feel like cooking, then, you know, the next best thing is to go where some good home cooking is being done at. And that place is none other than homegrown, local, your people's Kelsey and Kim's restaurant. And they have two locations. One, of course, their supper club, Kelsey's, on Kentucky and Pacific Avenue. And then, of course, that still remains closed. But in the meantime, for takeout only, their Melrose location is open. And that's located at 201 Melrose Avenue. That's uptown in the inlet section of Atlantic City, 201 Melrose Avenue, uptown. Their phone number is 609-350-6800. 609-350-6800. And you can, you know, tell them that we told you about them and that they're going to be open. They're open 7 days a week, 11 to 8 p.m. Now, in order to take advantage of this free Sunday dinner, one per family, you have to call here to the radio station. 609-641-8870. 609-641-8870, extension 1, for your free Sunday dinner. It's 17 minutes after the hour of 7, and I know everybody's about hungry about now, and now it's starting to run out, but we still have a few more. But you want to get that order in before they close. They close at 8 o'clock, so we want to try to get everybody's order in before 7:45, which we literally have 28 minutes to go, 27 minutes to go. So definitely give us a call here at the station, 609-641-8870, extension 1, 609-641-8870 to claim your free Sunday dinner at Kelsey and Kim's. That's right. It's pickup only, and it's for tonight, okay? So you don't have that much time, but you still have a little bit of time. We want to go ahead and get them orders in the way and out of the way, okay? Keep that kitchen hopping. All right, we're going to get you back to the music, and let's kind of go back and do this Fred Hammond joint again. But if we got to cut back in, we will, because that's what we're doing. We're trying to give out these Sunday dinners here on WEHA.
Shit! You might as well put your hands together. We're going to praise him a little bit longer up in here. Come on, brothers, I need to hear because they ain't my God. But to know ya is to more than love ya. Because you're real, yeah, I can feel ya. Everything I know and all I've learned, I count it done. Yes, I will. Everything I've attained. Come on, say. And all I know, I give it away. Just to know you, Lord. Just to know you, baby. Once fulfilled. To know you, baby. My whole life, so I'm glad to. Everybody in the house, I wanna know your ways. So I can teach you each and every day. Teach you every day. Yeah. My favor in your sight. Teach me your ways. I got to know you. Your power. The resurrection. And the way you suffered. I got to know you. In your power. I got to know you. In your power. The resurrection. So I can live. As you suffer. I got to know you. In your power. I got to know you. In your power. I got to know you. As you suffer. As you suffer. I got to know you. In your power. In your power. In your power. Resurrection. As you suffer. As you suffer. Come on, come on, come on. In your power. Clap your hands just like this. Somebody say, I wanna know ya. I wanna know ya.
All right, y'all, as you're listening to the sounds of Fred Hammond and Radical for Christ, I want to know your ways. 23 minutes after the hour of 7, we're getting to the nitty gritty, y'all, of the Sunday dinner giveaway. We got 9 more dinners to give away, 9 more. We've given away 23 of them, and we want to give away 9 more, but you have to call us at 609-641-8870, 609-641-8870, extension 1 to claim your Sunday dinner. And you have to get over there before 8 o'clock. So you got a lot to do. So come on, let's give away these last 9 dinners and spend these people's money. Councilman Colleen Shabazz, Freeholder Corsi, Mayor Marty Smalls, Councilman Sporty Randolph, and Miss Demetria Bates. Let's spend their money, y'all. And of course, WEHA, yours truly, El Presidente. We put it out there, what we want to do and how we want to be a blessing. So we don't want to leave anything on the table. We got 9 more. 609-641-8870, extension 1. Give us a call and get your free Sunday dinner from Kelsey and Kim's, y'all. From Kelsey and Kim's.
It's a song we learned in Zimbabwe. You are Alpha and Omega. Sing. We worship you, our Lord.
Kelsey and Kim's is now open 7 days a week for lunch and dinner, 11 a.m. to 8 p.m. Takeout only, 609-350-6890. Pickups only, delivery service coming soon. Address 201 Melrose Avenue, Atlantic City, New Jersey. Kelsey and Kim's is now open for takeout, the best Southern cuisine.
That destroys every yoke. comes to shift the atmosphere.
Nothing has changed, we just moved out of place. He's still the same, we must renew our faith. And we must get back to the point of believing. I may not see it, but I do believe. I may not feel it, but I
Still can say, now unto him that is able to do exceedingly abundantly above all we can
see,
ask. I still believe.
I still believe. I can rely on you, Jesus. You've always come through. You've never failed me. So I still believe. Yeah. Come on, let's check his track record. We serve a God. Just look at Joseph. Or let's even take a look right here. But the point is, so don't give in and don't get discouraged. We simply come to remind you this. Nothing has changed, we just moved out of place. Still the same, we must renew our faith. We must get back to the point of believing. Oh, if I have any believers out there, I dare you to sing this with us. I may not see it, but I do believe. And I may not feel it, but I oh.
Now unto him that is able to do exceedingly abundantly above all we can ask. I still believe.
Declare it to the enemy. And even speak it to your situation, say, I just believe he wouldn't bring me this far just to leave me. So I had faith. It's the substance of things hoped for and the evidence of things not seen. Here we go. Say, I still believe. I trust you with all my heart and lean not to my own understandings. Acknowledge you in all my ways, and that's why God sees me through. You know where I am. You know what I stand in need of, God. So I humbly come to you and I say this. I still believe. You're still healing. You're still saving. You're still delivering. I still believe. You're a way maker. You're my peace. You're my shelter in this time of storm. I can rely on you, Jesus. I can depend on you. I still believe. You're my way maker. You're my everything, Jesus. I still believe. I still believe. I still believe. I still believe. I have to believe. Oh, believe. Oh, I believe. I believe. I believe.
This is Kaleem Shabazz, third ward councilperson in Atlantic City. The change of government is being decided now. Atlantic City voters have received your ballots in the mail. Please vote no and return your ballot in the mail as soon as possible. Dear Atlantic City voters, please know that the change of government is a scam, a hoax, and a trick. The scam is to take away your direct vote for mayor to give outside interests control. Please vote no. The hoax is that there is no real local support for this cooked up scheme. Please vote no. The trick is that only 6 municipalities out of the 565 in our state have this 1923 form of government. Please vote no. Protect our rights, protect our future. Join me in voting no on the change of government. Vote no. Fill out your ballot and mail it in as soon as possible. Thank you.
Ordered and paid for by friends of Kaleem Shabazz. I'm Jail Shabazz, Treasurer.
All right, y'all. Time is drawing nigh. We want you to get these dinners. We got about 8 more to give away, so you can still give us a call here at 609-641-8870. 609-641-8870. We have about 8 or 9 more to give away, and we want you to get yours. And we don't want to leave anything on the table. And, of course, it'll be a great thing if we can give all 32 away. And we're getting close, and we'd love to see that happen. So give us a call still here at WEHA at 609-641-8870, 609-641-8870. All right, in the meantime, y'all, I'm going to play my song. This is a song of the week for me right here. This is Rodney Jerkins, and this is Come Together right here on WEHA. 609-641-8870, y'all. You're in the air with El Presidente, WEHA. I'm sorry? God bless you. You at this point you would have to go up there. Everybody's just been going there, and then you would give them your name.
It's okay.
All right, thank you.
Thanks again. Appreciate it.
Hello? Hello?
God has not given us a spirit of fear, but a power and love and a sound mind. Come on.
Famine and diseases, yo, they plague our land today. Violence that is needless, 'cause there is so much hate.
There are many questions, that often take place,
Searching for an answer, but we must keep the faith away,
but I know someone that will comfort you.
And when your hope is gone, he will see you through. We come together. Let's make a difference, y'all. I believe that we can.
I believe we can,
Now, I don't know about you, but I believe in a God who could use this. I believe the children's still the future. I believe a God who renews us. I believe if he parted seas, this disease gotta bow to the ruler.
So many young constantly dying from the hand of disease, breaking
and pray and seek my face and turn from their wicked ways, I will forgive their sins and heal their land. For their young sister in South Africa, for their young brother in Nigeria, for my brothers and sisters in New York City, God is still in the healing business. Let's come together.
All right, that was Rodney Jerkins with Come Together right here on WEHA. And I got a caller on the line. Caller, this is WEHA.
Center at Kelsey and Kim's.
Okay, then. Are you able to get to Kelsey and Kim's in the next few minutes? Hello? 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 Call back, caller. I can't hear you. We must have lost you. Caller, can you hear me? All right, maybe they'll call back. We're going to keep it rolling right along. Right here on WEHA.
For those of you that think that gospel music has gone too far, you think we've gotten too radical with our message. Well, I got news for you. You ain't heard nothing yet. And if you don't know, now you know. Glory, glory. Woo! You better put them hands together and act like you know up in here. GP. Lately, I've been going through something that's really got me down. Put your hands together. Come on. I need somebody to help me come and turn my life around. I feel like having some church up in here. Come on, chat. I can't explain it. I can't obtain it. Jesus, your love is so amazing. It gets me high up to the sky. Hallelujah. And when I think about your goodness, it makes me wanna stone. You can't take my joy, devil. Makes me clap. Makes me clap my hands. Makes me wanna dance and stone. Oh, you better put them hands together and have a Holy Ghost party with me. My brother, can't you see? I've got the victory. Stone. No weapon formed against me shall prosper. I'm more than a conqueror. Can I get a witness up in here? Woo! Lately, I've been going through some things that's really got me down. Put your hands together. Put your hands together. I need somebody to help me come and turn my life around. Hallelujah. Come on and say it with me, GP. I can't explain. Can't obtain. I can't obtain. Jesus, your love is so. Hallelujah. It's so amazing. What does it do, y'all? It gets me high. Where to, y'all? Up to the sky. Oh, when I think of this goodness. Come on and tell me what you want to do. Oh, yeah. Put them together. Shout. Makes me clap my hands. Makes me wanna dance. Put your hands together. Come on. Put your hands together. Shout. My brother, can't you see? I've got the victory. And everybody that's been washed in the blood of the Lamb, come on, get up off your feet and let's have a Holy Ghost party together. GP shout. GP, are you with me? Oh yeah, we have a church we on your way. GP, are you with me? Oh yeah, we have a church we on your way.
This is El Presidente of WEHA.
Hi, did I win the food?
Yeah, you won the food.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Can you get up there in the next few minutes?
How quick I gotta get up there?
You got to get up there pretty quick because they close at 8 o'clock.
Oh, they close at 8?
Yeah. How quick can you get? How quick can you get there?
Maybe 15.
Okay, then give me your name.
Fahim Davis.
Spell that for me, brother.
Faheem Davis.
Okay. Look, this is what you're going to do. Junior. Saheem Davis Jr. Look, this is what you're going to do. You got something to write with?
Yeah, I got something right with.
Give them a call at 609
609
350
350
6800.
6800.
If you don't get through, just go up there and place your order. Don't worry about like if you don't get them before you go up there. Try to call them while you're going, but head up there so you can put your order in. Also, tell them that this is WEHA is the radio station you're coming from, and Mayor Marty Small.
All right, appreciate it.
God bless you now. Take care.
Thank you, too.
Thanks for listening and thanks for calling.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Put them hands together. GP, are you with me? Oh yeah, we have the team on GP, are you with me? Oh yeah, we have the team on GP, are you with me? Oh yeah, we have the team on GP, are you with me? Oh yeah, we have the Stop. Everybody say stop. Our people say stop. Everybody say stop. And you know this, man. I want to shout out to my cousin Nick, to my auntie Nick, A1 Swift Nick, Chris and Alicia Nick, all the homies Nick, all the believers Nick, John P. Key Nick, Hezekiah Nick.
All right, that was Kirk Franklin, and y'all know what that was, and New Notion and Stomp. Before that, you heard my song of the week, Come Together by Rodney Jerkins and Rodney Darkchild Jerkins, and a bunch of his singing friends. Everybody on there from Fred Hammond, Mary is on there, Tim Bowman Jr. is on there. Just an awesome project. So we're bringing that to you. You know something? We are getting ready to wind it down. You literally have like a couple seconds to call in if you want to claim your dinner. We are so close. We literally have to give away 7 dinners. 7 dinners. Now, we can still make this work, even if you don't call in. But I would like to give them away over the air. But we are so close. So give us a call, 609-641-8870, extension 1. You have a couple of minutes, 609-641-8870. But you would have to get to Kelsey's relatively quick. We know that they're trying to accommodate us, but you can't go barging up in there at 9 o'clock. It don't work that way. But if you can get up there in the next few minutes and you can give us a call now, we can still kind of give you the hookup, all right? And we trust and pray that everybody that did get their meal from them or they're now getting their meal, that it was a blessing to you, that you enjoyed the food, and most of all, you were able to show support for a great local institution in Kelsey and Kim's. Again, they're definitely staples in the community. They give a whole lot back, and we just wanted to do what we could to be a blessing to their establishment as well. And there are others that have definitely suffered loss because of this COVID-19 pandemic, and they're not able to open their doors as usual. And of course, when you can't open your doors, you have employees that are affected and all of that good stuff. People losing hours, people losing their jobs, period. And then even though you're hearing a lot about extra money for unemployment being added and all of that stuff, people need a in the meantime blessing. People need money right now. People, they can't wait. In a lot of cases, their unemployment hasn't come yet. and they need that money right now. So anything that we can do to make them or help our local businesses hire back some staff while they're waiting. I have people myself, for instance, that we had to kind of cut back a little. Thank God that in the line of work that we mostly do deal with, healthcare, we're faring pretty well overall. But even at that, there are a lot of places that we do that had to cut services and decrease days in service and all of that stuff. So again, people need right now money. People need a few dollars right now. So whatever you can do to help out a small business or something like that, we want to do it. And like an establishment like Kelsey and Kim's, they basically were shut down altogether. Just nothing. But now they are open once again for pickup only, and you can go ahead and support them, show your support, and just like you do with all the other fast food restaurants and everything. But this is home cooking. This is Southern cuisine. And you're going to be glad that you did, all right? So, again, I'm talking, but I still have like a couple more minutes, and I want to really, really give away the rest of these dinners real quick in a hurry, like. And I got 7 more to give away, 7. But, of course, stick to the rules. We're going to make it work, so don't worry about it. It was 1 per household, and we want to give somebody an opportunity who, didn't call in. Maybe they didn't hear about it all day, and now they hear it, and now they want to call in, and they're able to get to Kelsey's and Kim's in the next few minutes or so. We don't want you to break the speed limit or anything like that. As long as they kind of know you coming, it'll be okay. But we definitely want you to go ahead and put the order in now. So let us know, 609-641-8870. Once again, if we don't give away the last 7 on the air, we still will be okay. But we just don't want to leave anything on the table. All right? So I'm going to take calls for the next 4 to 5 minutes. 4 to 5 minutes. And then that'll be that. But thank God we gave away 25 of the dinners. And we thank God that we pray that they were a blessing to you. And I hope you enjoy it. And it's all good. And once again, we thank God for freeholder Ernest Coursey joining in with us on the giveaway from Kelsey and Kim's. He supported 5 dinners, and also that's freeholder Coursey, and then 3rd Ward Councilman Kaleem Shabazz supported by giving away 5 dinners. Also, Mayor Marty Smalls, he supported by giving away 10 dinners. And then Councilman Sporty Randolph, he's supported by giving away 5 dinners. And also Demetria Bates, she's supported by giving away 2 dinners. And of course, we here at WEHA, we supported by giving away 5 dinners. So that's how we got to the number of 32. And to give away 25, that's still great, because we had just intended on giving away 5. And it's just something about the goodness of people. And, people want to be a blessing where they can. Everybody can't always do the same thing, but everybody can do something. And that's why I thank God for that, because most of all, in the spirit, as soon as they knew that it was to help Kelsey and Kim's, and as soon as they knew it was to help people in the area, just to be a blessing with Sunday dinner, everybody got on board. So I'm really touched and thankful to God for that, the kindness of people to just kind of do what they do. So again, we got a couple more minutes, and then that's it. We're going to shut it down, but we are grateful to God, and that's how we rocking here at WEHA. I'm your host, El Presidente. I'm telling you now, when you see me on the street, don't dog me, because I was all over the place. Everything was confusing and all of that, but y'all know our heart. You know what it was we were trying to do, so just charge it to my heart and not my head. But you can charge a little bit to my head because y'all know sometimes I'm a little crazy, but it's all good. I think I'm coming from a good place, and we're just trying to do what it is that we do here at WEHA. I'm from the school where, guess what? Just do something. You know, don't talk about it, be about it. You know what I mean? Get in where you fit in. You know what I mean? You know, if you see the piece of paper on the floor at the church, you know what I mean? Don't talk about, they should do this, they should do that, they should do. Man, pick the piece of paper up off the floor and throw it in the garbage. All right, that's the school I come from. What you find to do, what your hands find to do it, and do it to the glory and honor of God, and that's what it's all about. All right, and don't be mumbling and complaining and all of that crazy stuff. Just go ahead and do it, man. All right, let me go ahead and put maybe one or two more songs on here, and then I'm gonna go ahead and formally sign off. Thank God for you guys so much, and I thank God even for along the way the words of encouragement that we were hearing. Along the way, I'm thankful for that, and that does our heart real good to know that there are so many people being blessed by this 24-hour gospel music station with Christ-centered, community-focused, listener-supported, and we've been here for almost 11 years now, spreading the gospel one song at a time, and we're thankful to God for that because he supplies our every need according to his riches and glory in Christ Jesus. So we know if God be for us, he's more than the whole world against you. So we are already winners. All right? So this is Kim Burrell. Love me in a special way right here on WEHA. We'll be right back.
You know, it's amazing how we try to get God to bless us in a roundabout way. And when I say roundabout way, meaning, go the opposite direction of blessing than pleasing God to get the right blessing. But imagine God responding to that.
Love me in a special way. What more can I say? Can I say?
You know you tried to get to me with your senseless charm, yet you looked so alarmed as I walked on by. Somehow in awesome wonder, you had to know why I did not respond to your carrying on. So instead of that, God says, love me in a special way. What more can I say? Just love me now. Love me in a special way. Tell me what more can I say? Ooh, love me now. Love me now. 'Cause I'm special. Not the average kind who'd accept any line that sounds good. So reach into your chain of thoughts. Try to find something new. 'Cause baby, what worked for you so well, for me, it just won't do. Love me in a special way. What more can I say? Love me now. Love me in a chain of thoughts, try to find something new. 'Cause what works for you so well, for me it just won't do. So just love me in a special way. What more can I say? But love, I would love for you to learn to love me in a special way. What more can I say? But love me now. Just love me now. Love me in a special way. Hey, love me now. If you can learn to love me the way you need to, I can do so much more if you would let me love you now. Love me and don't try to tell me what more do I say? Do I say? Do I say? And when I'm ready, say, love me. Say what you need to say to make me stay. Love me in a special way.
All right, that was Kim Burrell with Love Me in a Special Way, and it is 8 o'clock. I am getting ready to be out. Hey, look, as crazy as it was, all over the place as it was, I loved every single minute of it. I'm telling you. It's always a blessing to be a blessing, and it's just a wonderful, wonderful thing. And I thank you for all of you that have hung in there with us, rather it be on the radio, 88.7 FM, 100.3 FM, on our website, wehavegospel.com, or on Facebook Live, Instagram, all social media platforms. We thank God for Kelsey and Kim's, and once again, they're open. If you don't know it by now, you know it now. They're open for business, and they are doing takeout only. Their number is 609-350-6800. And they're open 7 days a week for takeout only. So even after everything is over with, make sure that you give them a call and, show them your love and get you some good, fine Southern cuisine in the meantime. And you're going to be glad that you did. So definitely hook up with Kelsey and Kim's and get you some good food. They're Melrose, they have two locations, one on Pacific and Kentucky Avenue. That one remains closed. That's their supper club, and that remains closed. But their uptown location is still open. I mean, it is open for business for takeout only. And that address is 201 Melrose Avenue. 201 Melrose Avenue. In the inlet section of Atlantic City. And once again, their number is 609-350-6800. All right, so congratulations to all of you that have gotten your dinners, and we trust and pray that it worked out for you. Okay, and let's see who this is. Yes. 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 I'll call you right back. All right. Now, that's always a no-no to answer the phone while you on the air. But again, because everything is just so crazy today, in a good way, we just threw all the rules out the window, okay? That was Lady Praise. You know how you get that last-minute call when they know you're getting ready to come home, and they want you to stop and grab a quart of milk or something like that. that's not really what she wanted, but she knew I was going to get off the air, so she was checking on me. All right, she thought I was off the air, but not yet, honey. I got a couple seconds to go, but thank you. All right, so with that, we're going to get ready to get up out of here. It was a blast. I loved every second of it. And, of course, we thank God for you, because none of this would be possible with, number one, the help of our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. He's in control of everything. And, of course, our listening audience that tunes us in. I love the comments that we got on the air of some people saying that their station never is turned from 88.7 or 100.3. I never get tired of hearing that. And again, we want to encourage you to be supportive of WEHA, particularly you ministries out there and places of worship. A lot of people use WEHA as a conduit in terms of spiritual information as well as community information. And a lot of times they may not necessarily gravitate to social media. They listen to the regular radio, as you clearly heard tonight. So we definitely want you to keep that in mind and consider WEHA. Give us a call at 609-641-8870, 609-641-8870, and during the business hours, and we'd be glad to try to accommodate you wherever we can. We still have spaces on our airways available. We're thankful always for the ministries and the community organizations that utilize WEHA to dispense valuable information, whether it be spiritual information or community information. We thank God for you. And of course, we're your local gospel music station. We've been here almost 11 years. We, as you can, if you're not on Facebook, you can't see it, but we're a 2-time Stellar Award winning gospel radio station for Small Market Radio Station of the Year. We are definitely relevant, and we dispense the Word of God and also great gospel music. So we're thankful to that, and we do it 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. So if you want to give us support, thank you for all of those that support us and go to our website and all of that good stuff and give donations to the station from time to time. We're a 501c3 nonprofit corporation, and so we're governed by the rules and regulation as it pertains to the Internal Revenue Codes governing 501c3 charitable organizations. So we meet the criteria, and that's why we are qualified. So your donation to our station is tax deductible. If you want to give a donation, and again, we thank all of you that have and do from time to time, just log on to our website, wehavegospel.com. Press the donate button, and it'll give you, just follow the prompts. It'll tell you everything what you need to do to donate. Also, you can just mail a check or money order payable to WEHA and mail it to P.O. Box 1674, Pleasantville, New Jersey. P.O. Box 1674, Pleasantville, New Jersey, 08234. That's P.O. Box 1674, Pleasantville, New Jersey, 08234. Also, you can come to the station anytime and drop off a donation at 3 Canale Drive, right here in EHT, right off of Delilah Road, 3 Canale Drive. You can do that. If you need the directions, give us a call, 609-641-8870 during business hours, and we can tell you all of the ways that you can donate and give. Last but not least, we have it's 2 more things. Not last but not least. One of the things I just found out, we have a Cash App. That's right, $ We Have Gospel. So that's the new rave right now, the Cash App, $ We Have Gospel. You can just do that, and then we can get your donation through Cash App. Now, last but not least, call me up here at the station and tell whoever answers that you have a donation that you want to give, but it's too big to fit inside the envelope, okay, and you don't feel comfortable carrying that much money around with you, so, but you want to get it to the station. They will call me, you will give me your address, and I will come and pick it up, okay? I'm serious. I will come and pick it up, okay? I'm not going to say, don't call me if it's only $1. I don't talk like that. You know what I mean? But y'all already know the deal. Don't mess with me like that. You know, don't call me for $1. But I'm not going to say that because I'm grateful for anything that you give. But don't let me spend more money in gas than what I'm coming to pick up. So if it costs me $10 to come to you and you're giving me $1, that's kind of counterproductive, right? Right. So in that case, just put it in the mail and all of that. Now, if I happen to be coming by and you see me and you pull out $1 or $2, I'm going to take it, okay? I'll do that. I've seen people in ShopRite, and this is no exaggeration, in ShopRite and different places, and they go in there and they literally give me all that they have, and they might give me $3 or $4 or whatever. I put it in a separate compartment in my pocket or whatever, and I make sure it gets to the station. And I do not, because it's not my money, it's the station's money. Just like if I find a 50 cent on the floor at the church, I don't stick that dollar or that 50 cent in my pocket. It's not my money, it's the church's money. So that's how you be blessed. You go ahead and it's a place for everything and everything in its place. And if it's not yours, you ain't got no business keeping it. All right. So I don't keep it. I don't roll that way. I bring it in, I turn it in, they log it in, and all of that good stuff. And that's how we roll. All right. So you know, some of this stuff I say in jest, but I'm dead serious. You know what I mean? We want to do things decent and in order. So once again, you've heard all of these ways that you can be a blessing to us. We thank you in advance, and we have some people that have really been a blessing to us. They have recurring donations where it just kind of comes out of their ways that they like to donate automatically, and we thank God for you so much. We have some that just donate, and their little letters of their support comes in right into our P.O. Box 1674 in Pleasantville, and they give that way. And then you have a couple of people that just drop by the station and they give their donation. So we thank you for all of those that counted out robbery to be a support to your favorite, your best, your gospel music station, WEHA. So with that, I am going to leave you. I want to just give you a benediction of sorts. Father, in the name of Jesus, we thank you for our coming together on this evening. We thank you, Lord, for all of those under the sound of our voice that counted it not robbery to just be with us on today and to pray with us and to even share a little fellowship time and even a few laughs, Lord Jesus. We thank you right now because we know even in spite of this pandemic, Lord, you're in complete control, Lord. Help us, Lord, not to lean to our own understanding, but help us, Lord, to acknowledge you in all our ways and let you direct our path, Lord. We ask you right now to order our footsteps on this night, Lord. We ask you to bless, Lord, all of those all over under the sound of our voice. We ask you to bless even our churches, Lord. Bless our pastors especially, Lord, that in a time like this, that they're ministering to the people will be enhanced, Lord, that people will kind of understand the real plan of salvation and understand your intent for our life, Lord Jesus. Because of this pandemic, Lord, bless somebody that they might come to know you in a very real way, to know you as their personal Savior in Jesus' name. We ask you to bless each and every family, even bless those affected, Lord, by this COVID-19 virus, Lord, those that are in hospitals and those that are on the ventilators and those are fall victim to this dreadful disease, Lord. But we believe, Lord, we serve a God that's able, Lord, to do anything, to do exceedingly abundantly above all that we should ask or think, Lord. We ask you to bless, Lord. We ask you to bless each and every request, whether it be a spoken request or unspoken request. Meet every need, hallelujah, according to your riches and glory in Christ Jesus. Lord, we ask you to bless that home, Lord, that is waiting on that check, Lord, that in the meantime don't have food to eat, Lord, or can't pay their bills, and they're being pressured on every side. They have small kids to feed, but we know that you're able, Lord Jesus. We know that you're able, Lord. Put them in the right direction of a resource, Lord. Let somebody call, Lord, that can help them out in the name of Jesus, Lord. You're calling for us to come together, Lord, as our featured song, Lord. We ask you to just bless us to come together as a people, Lord, and help us to love one another, Lord, to lift one another up, to encourage one another, Lord. And we'll thank you. We'll give you glory. We'll give you honor and praise. Bless this station, Gospel 88.78 FM and 100.3 FM, WEHA. Bless us that we may be a conduit in this community, that we might be a beacon of light in this community, Lord, that people may know us by our love, Lord Jesus, not just what we say, Lord, not by the commercialism of the station or the business part of the station, but that we want to do our part, Lord, to be a blessing to the people of God and to the kingdom at large and even our community, Lord. So help us here at WEHA, shine your light upon us, Lord, in the name of Jesus, that our motives might be right, Lord, and we'll give you glory and honor and praise. And all those, Lord, under the sound of our voice, Lord, whatever their need, Lord, we ask you to meet it, Lord, and we'll give you glory and honor and praise. In Jesus' name, amen. Amen, y'all. So until next time, if it be the Lord's will, to God be the glory for the things he's done, and you take care of yourself and each other, all right? God bless you.
I know a place, y'all. Ain't nobody crying, no. Ain't nobody worried. Ain't no smiling faces lying to the races.
I said ain't no smiling faces, no smiling faces. Lying to the races. Ain't nobody crying, no more crying. If you're ready now, come on, I'll take you there.
Lord have mercy.
Say if you're ready, I'll take you there.
Help me, help me. I'll take you there.
Come on.
Hey,
I said, come on.
I'll take you
Hey. Play the keyboard.
If you're ready now,
I'm ready now.
use some guitar.
Me too. Sounds good.
I love it. Help me now. If you're ready now, come on.
Mavis.
I know a place, y'all. Ain't nobody crying.
Say ain't no.
Help me, oh yeah.
I said ain't no.
Ain't no smiling faces.
Nobody worrying. No smiling faces lying to the races.
was preaching a sermon one Sunday, and it was the parable. It was talking about the disciples and Jesus when they were going through a cornfield, and they began to pick the corn, and the Pharisees, the legalistics of the day, they came and they were chastising them. That, why are you doing this on the Sabbath? They had this whole discourse and dialogue between the two of them. Jesus was saying, listen, do you not remember that you yourself aren't even worthy? You guys bake unleavened bread on the Sabbath, and you kill the sacrifice, you clean the sacrifice. Look, they have a need, and it's my job and my responsibility to meet their need, and I met their need. I trump the synagogue, I trump the Sabbath. I'm Lord of your life, I'm Lord of everything that is you, I'm Lord of this day. Recognize who you're talking to. But in the course of that whole thing, what I realized is that the dialogue was between the Pharisees, or the religious leaders of the day. It was between the dignitaries and the officials of the church and Jesus. The disciples never uttered a word. He literally started embodying his permanent position in our lives because he stepped in between the law and the people and says, no, I'm grace. And because of me, they don't have to defend themselves to you. I'll do all the talking. My blood will speak through all of eternity. I have justified them. Even in their wrong, I know that they're wrong. I know that they make mistakes. I know that they're not perfect. I know that they do things that are not pleasing. But even in their wrong, my blood will speak on their behalf, and I will somebody should have shouted right there, because he didn't kill you for all the sinful acts that you committed, but he justified you. God bless me with this song. It simply speaks the life of that message. And I'm just excited to be able to share it with you. Glorified, paid my ransom. Yes, he did. I've been redeemed by his blood, 'cause of Calvary. I've been made free. Despite my enemy. Yes, I am. I thank God I'm justified. Listen. Pay the price for my life, and all that was wrong, his love made it right. Now what greater sign can any man show than with his own blood he made me whole? Glorified. Thank you, Jesus. He paid my ransom fee. Yes, he did. I've been redeemed by his blood. I've been made free. Thank you, Lord. Despite the enemy. Hey. Listen, I love this verse. Listen. If my sins had their way, I never would have made it with a debt I just couldn't afford to pay. He came and saved me when the enemy said that I couldn't. God said, go ahead, because you're covered by my awesome, awesome, powerful